Imagine, I actually put in the effort to wear makeup for the DE and I day, only to get home after the event and have my sister point out the interesting blend of my powder. Awkward doesn't even describe it. So if you're expecting a diva, sorry to disappoint, it's not me. And don't bother trying to convince me to upgrade from my simple phone camera. Trust me, Gokan gave it a go. Even loaned me a GoPro and a gimbal. The result? You should see the quality of videos I took. Let's not even go there. So, that's it. A huge thanks to all the unpaid and unrecognized photographers who humored me and my friends during another successful Diversity, Equity and Inclusion Day. All the networks came together, and while we may not be cruising in a shiny Defender yet, we are certainly moving in the right direction. But honestly, our efforts would mean so much more if you added your voice. Without you, we're just lone voices crying, sometimes wailing in the wilderness. Remember, just like my videos, it's not always about perfection. It's the thought, the camaraderie, the laughter, and the memories we create together. So thank you to everyone who made our day, from Barbara to Natasha and all in between.
Now Gem be smashing. Subscribe, click the bell, like and follow for more. Thanks.
She's good, isn't she?
Your face looks so good. I like it. Do you know what it reminds me of? Elsa.
So what's this called? Ring toss.
Yes,
Okay.
ring
And
toss.
what's the aim of the game?
So you need to get the ring on the peg and you get a sweet. So if you get 100, you get a sweet. Emma, how many times have you got it in? 5, 6 times? So many times. You got like 3 sweets already. Emma's a pro.
One of the school halls at Myton School in the secondary
That's
school,
Myton Church.
But we moved from there. We haven't changed.
Beyond learning a language, experience it in a fun way. Connect, like and follow and find out how. Beyond learning a language, experience it in a fun way. Connect, like and follow and find out how.
A squared. I used to be a player, but I'm retired now.
Wait, you trying to look for a wife now?
My new occupation is a sniper, innit? There's 15 beautiful ladies here, but that means, unfortunately, for 14 of them, my eyes are locked in on one target.
Who is
Do
it?
you want to know who that target is?
That target? Show me.
Let's
Yo! Oh! So, we got Freya over here. Why do you think you and Freya would be a great couple?
What do you do for a living?
I'm a personal trainer.
I think me and her will work out.
Oh! This guy's smooth. All right. So, obviously, A squared is over here. He came with the line as well. You know what I'm saying? Gym workout, you know what I'm saying? Nice. Do you think you two will be a perfect match, or do you want to try your luck with somebody else?
I'm gonna have to try my luck.
After all that is crazy, I can't lie. Unfortunately, A squared, you're staying single. You know what that means? We'll see you soon, man. Unfortunate. Now for the ladies. God damn. Let me get number 10. Ooh. How you doing?
I'm good.
All right, introduce yourself for the people then.
I'm Gia.
Wait, guys, keep it down.
I'm Gia. I'm 19 and I'm a music student and a singer.
Can you give us a little vocals?
No, don't be on the spot like that.
Oh, you got this.
I'm shy.
I'm shy too.
I'm shy.
Shy too.
I can't. I'm not singing on the spot.
That's crazy. Maybe your perfect match can get you singing. You know what I'm saying? Oh, wow. Nah, you're dairy-minded. Your head is in the gutter. So, of all the guys here, who do you think is your perfect match? You got someone in mind yet?
There's a couple people.
Okay.
Like I like all of these mans. They have nice drip.
Yeah, the girls always saying I don't bring nice guys. Look at you now. Anyways,
They have
carry on.
nice drip. But
Suge Knight. Once again. Let me slide in there. Let me slide in the middle. So, you want Suge? You say, second girl to try Suge. He's not an easy guy, apparently. So, why do you think you and Suge would be a perfect match? What can you do for him?
I don't know. I don't know if he likes tall skinny babes, but
Damn.
I'm good as they come for tall skinny babes.
You like tall skin girls?
I might break her.
Wow, do you want to be broken?
What do you mean by that?
All right, so, is that all you got to say to him?
Yeah.
Do you want to get in a couple with her, or do you want to try your luck as well?
You know what the thing is? There's a lot of nice darlings right here. I can't lie. So I'm gonna have to pass right now. But it's not indefinite.
Hey, wait, what do you mean by that?
It's not indefinite.
He said it's not indefinite, so like maybe off camera type. Unfortunately, you're staying single.
okay.
So you're off the video. See you later. Damn, that view sounds sick. All right, cool. So that was the ladies. For the guys. Let me get number 5. Who's number 5? Oh! No way! Mr. Jim Boy! Mr. Jim Boy! Show them the muscle, show them the That's it. That hurts. 1, 2, 3. Alright, so talk to me. Introduce yourself to the camera.
My name is D. I'm a personal
Big D.
trainer. Big D.
No, chill out.
Yeah.
Don't emphasize.
I'm a personal trainer.
So obviously you're good in the gym, you know, you can put in work.
Yeah.
Alright? So who you trying to put in work between the girls over here? You got someone in mind, yeah? Going up to them. Man came closer, said it raw. Oh way. Man really went closer, said it raw. Ooh, Freya. He's also a personal trainer as well. You know what I'm saying? You like personal trainers?
I've not been with a personal trainer or anything.
This could be the first time. So, why do you think you and Freya would be a perfect match?
She's a personal trainer. She likes what I like. Yeah, so
What can you offer her? What can you offer her? I mean, if you guys become a couple, what can you give her?
everything.
Like what?
Take her to places, travel the world.
Yeah. She likes travel, okay.
Yeah, things like that.
So, after what you heard, you know, she's thinking. Do you think you two would be a perfect match? Or do you want to still try your luck with somebody else?
I'm gonna say no again.
Hey, chai! Yo, it's not easy, man. It's not easy, man.
Now, Jem, did you know you could find love in the most unlikely places? Wait for the juicy gist at the end. I'm Toadie. Growing up in Nigeria, we had Tales by the Moonlight. Does that give you an inkling of my age? Perhaps not. What popular programs did you grow up watching? Share that in the comment below. And stay with me as I show you Smashing Tales by the True Light. Before joining Mighton, I had lived in Leamington Spa for 6 years before I actually met some people like Helen Wallace.
And this is amazing Helen. She's great at organizing things and
Diana. Cynthia.
it was take a walk and we went to walk. Do you want to say hi, Irene? Irene, say hi. Hello.
And so many more. I met Helen at the New to Mighton event, and since then we've explored together and shared lovely moments at Women at Mighton events like Dress Without Stress with Hilary Nichols. Check the Smashing Hangouts in the description to find out more.
Here are 2 fun facts. Point 1. Even though I was a Christian, I didn't believe that I needed to meet up with other believers even though the Bible says we shouldn't neglect together the gathering of one another. Here's a question for you, and I want an honest answer, please. Do you believe you can be a Christian on your own, or do you believe that we need one another? Do you believe that you have to live by everything the Bible says or not? Please comment your opinion below, too. In Nigeria, we call our leaders pastors. At Mighton Church, we call them elders, but it doesn't mean they are old and gray.
Meet some elders.
Hi, I'm Nathan. I'm one of the leaders at Mighton, and we're just having a church lunch. And we've had a time together as well in the morning, meeting together, and it's been a great day. And the sun's out, so we're having a good time.
I'm Tim Reynolds, member of Mighton Church for 23 years.
And how have you found it so far?
Very good. I've been very happy. My wife and I have been attending since we got married. We've raised our 3 children through the church. We're part of a really good church family. I've been involved in men's ministry at Mighton for quite a long time. Previously it was called Men Behaving Godly, but actually kind of folded probably around 2012, 2013. We had a bit of a break in terms of sort of active men's ministry, but we've reformed as of 2022. Men at Mighton, we now get together every other month just for social and relationship building, but also aim to do some outreach events as well. I'm aiming to get the men in the church into a community together. So I've also been a long-term Sunday school teacher. So I've been teaching school years 3, 4, 5 and 6. Previously it was called Sundays Cool, as in Sunday 'S Cool. Now it's called Mighton Kids. Really good ministry to be part of. I'm also involved in Friday night youth work. So again, school years 3, 4, 5 and 6. My wife and I have been co-leading a group called Let's Go for just over 20 years. Holiday Club has also been a major part of Mighton's calendar. Again, we've been running it for maybe 25 plus years in total, and we've gone through various different incarnations. When we were back at the school before COVID, we maybe had 350 children coming to us for half a day for a whole week. This is our second year of a new format where we're having 3 full days with the children late in July, so start of the summer holidays. A few smaller numbers these days than we used to have, but actually it's really important to contact these children, tell them about Jesus.
There are many reasons to love Mighton. A major deal breaker for me. You can meet amazing people like...
I don't think I'm amazing at all, really. I'm fairly ordinary, but I'm 82 years old and I still enjoy my walking. And on Friday this week, I'm walking 11.5 miles and climbing Breeden Hill, probably doing about 1,000 foot of climb during the walk. I was 59 years old and I had no indication that I had a brain tumour. I was in Mighton Church on Easter Sunday and I had a seizure. I couldn't speak, my arm was thrashing about. My wife was really worried and was trying to ask me, are you all right? But I couldn't say anything. The service was going on. Bob Telford was doing the sermon and he noticed that I was unwell. So he halted the service. Peter Davis, who was a doctor, was sat next to my wife, as it happens. I came and calmed her down and sat with me until my seizure stopped and phoned for an ambulance, and the service was able to continue. Anyway, they rushed me to Warwick Hospital and I had another seizure on the way, and they arranged for a scan, and fairly soon afterwards they discovered that I'd got a brain tumour the size of a lemon in my skull. It was in May. They actually removed the brain tumour. It was Mr. Christie, the surgeon, and he spoke to my wife and I and said, there's a 1 in 3 chance that you're not going to survive. But because I was a Christian, it was much more something that I could face, because I knew I was going to be okay either way. Even if I didn't survive the operation, I would be with the Lord. The strange thing is that I only came back to the Lord in the November, just after the millennium. My neighbour who went to Mighton Church, he gave me the millennium video of the life of Jesus. I was very struck by it. And I went round to him and I asked if he knew of an Alpha course that was going on. Well, there was one going at the church in Warwick, starting in 2 weeks' time. So Betty and I went to the Alpha course and I became convinced that Christ was real and that I should join. And in November we started going to Mighton. It was on Easter Sunday that the episode took place. My friend, who was a Christian, said because it was Easter Sunday, that was a sign that you were going to be okay. So I went into the operation fine, and after a week I was out of hospital and I've got better ever since. Although I couldn't go to work for 2 months, I actually started with small walk and then built up, and in the end I walked all the way along the Grand Union Canal, because I wasn't allowed to drive because I'd had the seizure. I walked all along the Grand Union Canal to Lapworth and then back along the Stratford Canal, which was 26 miles, and I knew I was fit again. My name's Colin Baker.
The current work that you do, how can people join it?
Well, I'm a member of 4 walking groups, and they're run by an organisation called the U3A, which is the University of the Third Age, and it's for basically retired people. I'm a leader of 3 of the walking groups, and I'm a member of the 4th. We walk on the first Tuesday of the month, the second Friday, the third Wednesday, and the 4th Friday. So I more or less have one a week, although occasionally 2 occur in the same week. Tuesday and Wednesday we walk anything between 7 and 10 miles. On the Fridays we're a bit more adventurous and we walk between 8 and 14 miles. It's normally within Warwickshire, but Gloucestershire and Northamptonshire and Oxfordshire, we do travel a bit.
Don't mind Colin, he said he's not amazing. I think Colin is amazing. He's going to be gardening today, right?
Yeah, I'm a very keen gardener and I still work. When I was working, I was managing a garden project which worked with people with learning disabilities. When I retired in 2007, I asked if I could stay on and just work up to 2 days a week. They were quite happy for me to do that, and I've been working ever since. And my doctor says, whatever you're doing, keep doing it. I've thought about retiring properly, but I can't bring myself to do it. Because I love working with plants. Myton Church is very, very vibrant, very central to my life. It's a great, busy place. And what I like about it is that there are people of all ages. All the generations are represented, right? There's people even older than me.
I'm Corin and I'm 12 years old, and I really like church because I get to meet with all my friends. There's lots of youth clubs and hang out. We have a church lunch today and it's really fun.
My name is Jill. I've been at Myton Church since about 1980 when I came with my husband and children when we first joined the church. I've found Myton Church to be very helpful and supportive. I have my home group. It's a mixed group of ages. I help with the free lunches that we do on a Tuesday sometimes and keep up with a few folk. My main thing really is keeping in touch with people who are on their own and encourage folk. For the years, the Oasis group was originally started with the idea of providing friendship and fellowship to retired couples moving into the area, be near their families, and proved very helpful to a good number of people who came and had an immediate friendship group to join. We were quite a big group. We're a smaller group now, but we meet occasionally for times of prayer together and to share some cake and coffee. Usually in January and the New Year we have a lunch together.
How can people join?
Oh, they can just come. We're open to anybody over 60 age who are very welcome to join us. The group meets really at Westbury Community Centre, so we keep in touch, pray for one another, and Hugh Bradbury will be the one to contact if you wanted details of the Oasis group.
We have fun events for all ages.
Yes.
And I'm organising a holiday club for this summer. It's going to be running from the 22nd to the 24th of July, Monday to Wednesday after the end of the school term, and it's for all children from reception to year 6. And it will be from 9 in the morning till 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You will be able to sign up on the church website after half term. We're going to do lots of activities, learn about Jesus, sing songs, do crafts, games, lots of activities, and have lots of fun. And it's really exciting. I've been coming to Myton Church since I was a student, so the late 90s. I've seen a lot of change over that time, but it's been really interesting.
Hi, I'm Sarah. I'm having a church lunch today and I'm just putting out some delicious food for later.
I'm Phoebe, I'm 23 and I've been at Myton for about a year. I really love it, feels like home. I do quite a lot with the 20s to 30s group, which is mostly students but also some older people where we just gather for games and food, and it's just such a great fellowship.
I'm Emma. I've been going to Myton for ages with the youth group and we have a lot of fun on a Friday night. I joined the church when I was a student, which is a long time ago, and I've stayed because it's friendly and it's helped me to grow as a Christian.
And you can make lifelong friends too, like...
I'm 14. I'm Joanna and I'm 14.
And how have you found Myton so far?
I found it a very inclusive experience and everyone's very warm and welcoming. It's been very lovely. It feels like a family here. I've been coming for about 11 years, so since I was about 2 or 3. I've been coming for probably around 10 years now.
And you met in Myton, the two of you. And how's your friendship been?
I think we're very strong friends. I certainly can't imagine my life without you. Yeah.
That's a lovely thing to say.
It's diverse.
I'm Irvin. I'm from Hong Kong. From Google. I run a local church around where I live. I like the worship, teaching, and people. I really enjoyed worship as part of my Christian life.
My name is Coin Sola.
What are the activities that you enjoy the most?
Learning about God and raising His name.
Hallelujah. So when did you join Myton? Just about last year and after summer last year. And have you enjoyed it so far? It's been really beautiful, lovely people. The word of God has been good, and I've met family, I'll say. Yeah. It's a diverse church, and there is an expert cook right there. Oh yes. Her name is Gold.
That's a lovely lady.
My name is Ari Pratim and I'm from India. I study here at the University of Warwick. I've been coming to the Myton Church for like 2 months now. Well, it's amazing. I've met so many friends, people from different ages and stages. It's a great community feeling to be here.
I'm a camera student. I'm studying computer science. I found the church through the church search at CU, and I've been really enjoying the community here and the services every Sunday.
Hi, I'm Beth Reynolds. I work a lot in youth work, so I help with Crash, and then our youngest youth group 5 Live, which is really great. We have a range of ages within the church, a lot of babies and toddlers, and then a lot of wonderful old people that we can bond with and create a great community with.
Meet Chris Redstall.
I'm a missionary from Myton Church, currently working in Nepal. I joined Myton, about 20 years ago, 2005, something like that. And so I'm coming back after having lived out of the country for almost 6 years now. And what I've noticed coming back is how much it's changed. So the eldership has changed and the congregation is changing. What I find really encouraging is new people coming in, and actually because of where the church is, it's an area where it's much more diverse. So you've got people from all over the world now coming to the church, which wasn't so much the case when I first joined 18 years ago. In some senses, it's a reflection of where the UK is at in terms of people coming from all over the world to live here, and I think that's great. So if you're not somebody who's heard the gospel or thought much about the person of Jesus Christ, coming back into this culture from a Hindu culture, what I see is that people are searching for something, and that people are open to spirituality. They're looking for truth in a culture that's basically said there's no truth, and I think people know there must be some truth, and so I would say come and find out if Jesus is who he said he was, which is the truth.
Yeah, so I'm Hannah and I'm in year 12.
My name's Matt. I'm a GP trainee at the moment. So as a family, we went and served God in Madagascar for 8 years. I was working there as a doctor, and Hannah, you grew up there, didn't you?
I've been there 8 years and I went to the local school there.
And how have you found Myton so far?
I have to say positive things, because I'm on the leadership team in Myton. It's full of life, and we're in a stage of transition at the moment as we're trying to work out what to do with the building, but the people of God is what it's all about, and that's growing. It's a real joy to see that happening week on week.
Yeah, I think it's a really welcoming place, and the music is amazing. There's so much diversity now. Yeah, and I just love Myton so much.
And there are some made in Myton love affairs. Sit tight for the juicy bits.
I'm Matthew, and this is Julie. And how long have we been married now?
5.5 years.
Yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying yourselves a bit. I met Julie, I think it was about 8 years ago, wasn't it? Yeah? Where did we meet? Coffee group?
We met at Myton Church.
We had a coffee group afterwards, didn't we? After church we used to get a coffee at Starbucks with a bunch of other folk, and kind of got to you across the way and started chatting, didn't we? It was pretty chill.
That's your take on it.
So, what's your take on it then?
Well, my take on it was that we shared a love for hospitality, particularly for hosting people and cooking. And I'd invited a group of our friends around to cook. We were away, and then you came back and you said, I'd really like to do that. I'd love to open my house up and have people here, but I don't want to cook for that many people. I can't cook. And so you invited me around to cook for you.
Well, that's what you thought.
Yeah, it did turn out to be a lie, didn't it? Actually, you could cook it.
Well, lie's a strong word. I think it was a guise to get you over.
But God knew that we were good for each other, and that we shared a heart for serving people, particularly in terms of opening up our homes and feeding people particularly.
Absolutely. So how did you get involved in Myton Church then?
So I moved to Warwick from Oxford 9.5 years ago. I knew quite a lot of people who'd been in Leamington before, several people who'd been at uni who were now in Oxford, and I got a job in Warwick and essentially asked around as to what the good churches in Warwick. One of my friends recommended Myton, so I had a look at the website, and I think what initially attracted me to Myton was the obvious holding of God's word, particularly in the statement of faith, and I wanted to be in a church that dealt with the word of God rightly and that taught it faithfully. The reason I stayed was different actually. What made me stay was people. I walked into a church, into an area where I knew nobody, and within 3 or 4 weeks I'd been to probably 10 different people's houses, so they showed me hospitality, they showed me friendship. And what was different to the church I came from in Oxford is that wasn't just people like me, singles, or the young married couples from young families up to some older people. I quickly found a family and a social life, and that to me was what kept me at Myton alongside the really strong teaching.
Good.
How about you?
Well, I kind of knew about Myton for years, but I was at a different church at the time. I just felt that Myton suited me more really in terms of where I was going. I was looking for a church that was seeking to uphold the truth of the gospel, also where I could be effective and get involved in stuff with the church, youth ministries and that sort of thing. So that's why I made the switch.
God had other plans, didn't he? My mum actually told me when I first moved to Warwick that she thought I was coming here because God had a husband for me here, and I told her to go away and that I didn't need a husband, but God definitely had other plans.
She'd also been having a word with the Lord, and that was it.
We both come from slightly tricky relationship paths, like a lot of people do, and I realised I'd been looking for the wrong things in a partner, and actually to find someone who shared my love for the Lord, but also a desire to serve God's people was something that was really important to me. And we're not brilliant at it, but we try and have an open house policy so that people in need can come. I think a lot of people feel at home here, which for us is really important. There's always some food. From Uncle advice, I mean, just on a slightly silly note, I've lost count of the people who know the code to get the key to our front door, because people just let themselves in here. And to us, that's a way of sharing what we believe God's given us and the good of those around us.
Absolutely.
And I've been round as well, haven't I?
You have.
Always welcome, you know that. So what advice would you have to people who don't know how to approach the other sex, to ask their hand or whatever, you know?
Proposing here or just getting to know someone?
Maybe both. Yeah.
Oh, I wouldn't know. I was devious. I asked for some help. I asked for some help, and that worked because I found someone with generous heart who was willing to help me do some catering, and that was the way I worked in. But I don't know the answer to that. I'm definitely the worst person to ask that.
I'll answer that. I'm not sure I'm very good at it either. We actually did just kind of fall into relationship with each other in some ways, didn't we? But actually we were friends first. And we actually spent a lot of time with other good Christian friends in a group scenario. And we got to know each other that way, which I think is a safe. So if you're scared of asking or you're not sure how someone will approach, I think that's a really good way to go. And I think approaching each other as we believe as Christians that we're brothers and sisters in Christ first, and actually approaching someone how you would want to treat someone that you have that level of respect for as well.
Yeah.
So taking the pressure off, getting to know someone.
It felt very natural. Yeah. It wasn't orchestrated. It wasn't arranged. It was just something that naturally came out of a group of friends.
Hanging out with like-minded people, and actually I think there's a lot of pressure on people nowadays to find a relationship, and actually sometimes those relationships are best when they find you.
In fact, I remember a very interesting conversation as a coffee group one day about a few members were on Christian Connection, a dating website. They were talking about actually how difficult that was, how it felt sort of artificial really, and a lot of pressure on those first meetings and stuff like that. It wasn't working for them.
Yeah, although actually one of the couples there had also met online, and that one worked out well. That one of those coffee group coffees after the service, we were having a conversation about churches and how churches can often assume if men and women talk to each other, particularly if they're single, that they're looking for a relationship. And I quite controversially said, I just don't understand why a man and a woman cannot go for a coffee together as friends and people not read too far into that. And actually on the back of that I went for a coffee with two different men in the group, one as a friend, well to me they were both as a friend at the time. One actually was Simon. Simon and I have always been very good friends, and both of us were frustrated by the idea that actually it was fine for me to go for a coffee with a girl and him to go for a coffee with a bloke.
I heard you say that. I thought, amen. And then immediately said, oh, do you fancy a coffee?
I'm really grateful for some of the friends from that group. There's still people that I would go to if I had an issue, but actually that's a way of kind of slightly putting yourself out there as well, isn't it? It welcomes someone saying, do you fancy a drink? You know, is that something you'd be comfortable doing with me? And
it was just as a friend.
And we were friends for quite a long time after that. We just get each other. I've never had someone understand me like you do, and that was quite clear as friends even before we were dating. So yeah, spend time with people, get to know people. Don't make big decisions before you actually know someone.
Yeah.
You know, for some people they walk into a room and see someone and they think I'm going to marry them, and it works for them. But for 99% of people it's about relationship and building friendship and something starting from there.
I remember an old minister used to talk to us youngsters years ago. He used to say, look for your partner in the prayer meeting. You know, I remember thinking, oh yeah, you're right. But there's an element of truth there. In the setting where you are looking for people who share the same values as you and the same passions.
I was single for quite a long time before I met Matt. I'd done some serial dating in my 20s and then decided that wasn't good for me, and that I needed to kind of learn to be happy being single. And a Christian blog and the church I went to actually did a sermon on, you know, being contentedly single, but also talking about how sometimes singleness is for a time and those kind of things, and that God has something else in store. And I wrote a blog post on it, and I found a little kind of meme on the internet that said, I want to be the kind of girl that looks to God's heart for the man that I want and actually has to be close to God to find him. And I think that was quite important, to look for the right thing in a man rather than the thing that I thought I wanted.
Julie, what do you have to say to people that have these checklists? I'm not saying it's wrong to have a checklist.
Absolutely.
It's just that they have these checklists and the checklist has not materialized.
I'm going to be honest here, and do not take offence at this, darling, but you don't hit many of my checklists. I'm going to be, if I go back to the checklist point of what I was looking for 12 years ago, it probably wasn't you, but that was wrong. And I used to describe dating as a bit like shopping for a house, so quite often you have to see 4 or 5 houses. What you decide from those houses is what you definitely want in the house you want and what you definitely don't want. And I think there's some truth in that you get an idea of what it is you're looking for, but actually I learned that what I was looking for wasn't necessarily what was good for me. I tended to go for people that weren't good for me because I didn't really know what I was looking for. So I put things down on a piece of paper, what I thought I wanted in a partner, but actually the things that I needed weren't those things. So I think there's a challenge, and particularly as you get older, because I think in your early 20s you think you know what you want, and actually you change a lot in your 20s and 30s. And yeah, my challenge was to actually trust that if God knows me best, he knows what I need. I'll never forget bringing up one of my best friends from Oxford just after Matt and I had started dating, going, what am I doing? Is this crazy? This is not what I had down on my checklist. And he said to me, well, you know what was on your checklist before has never worked, has it? So why don't you try something different? And here we are today. So
seems to have worked.
Seems to have worked, yeah.
Matt, to you, it's quite difficult when you date in your, let's say, 30s, 40s. I found out that most churches or most places have provisions for people in their 30s and nothing for those in between, like 50s or 60s, because you can still fall in love at 64.
Yeah.
It becomes difficult. That's why most people do internet. But unfortunately, this particular group of people, not all of them are into internet. It's like there's no option to meet anyone, really.
Well, I had children from a previous relationship, and the stakes were so much higher. There are often sort of kind of social groups set up or organised events for the 20s to 30s, and then I wasn't in that group really because I was a bit too old. That's why I found this coffee group, because it really was a broad spread of people from various stages in life. It was less organised, less structured, but actually I needed to get relaxed in being single, trusting God. It's either for a season or forever, I didn't know, but I wanted to look to God and prioritise him, how he wanted me to use me in that situation. But yeah, I couldn't help noticing Julie. And
so I think probably what you're saying there, isn't it, is you use your opportunities. So it may be that there is nothing formal, but actually to invite some people who look like they don't have families to go out for a coffee after church as a group actually wasn't a bad call for people.
I mean, it wasn't just a bunch of people looking to find a partner. It was just a place where people felt safe, and from that, 1 or 2 people did meet up. Quite a lot of people didn't, but they were there for each other, and those friendships are carried on. And some were married couples that have been married for 15 years and just took the opportunity to come along.
And that's one of the joys of church, isn't it? Church brings together people from different backgrounds, different age groups that would never socialise in any other setting, and we unite under the gospel, and actually that brings amazing opportunities. To have people to walk alongside you is something that's really unique to the church. I don't see anywhere else in British culture where that happens regularly, and to me it's been a real blessing. Knowing God and following him is great, but actually it comes with a lot of benefits as well, and this is one of the blessings he gives us as Christians.
Church family.
What are you?
Me?
What do you do, Matthew?
I'm originally an engineer, but I'm sort of run my own little business, and I'm a bit of an entrepreneur. I try and do a bit of this and a bit of that.
I think a bit of an entrepreneur is a bit of an understatement, isn't it? So Matt has had 3 businesses over the time I've known him.
Yeah.
2 of them are still running. You'd fix it, man, aren't you? You're a man that looks at a problem and goes, how do I fix that?
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's what he does in his business.
And that's kind of what I'm involved in being church, aren't I? I get involved in sort of building projects and stuff like that, and fixing various things around the church building.
If you want a solution that doesn't exist, that's your man. Yeah. I'm very different. I'm a pharmacist by background, so I work for the NHS. I don't work as a pharmacist anymore. I work in a role called advanced practice. It looks at healthcare professionals and says, with the fact that the mid-grade doctors in the NHS were leaving, kind of how can we fill some of those skills gaps? So I've done extra training to do that. I run an infection service at the hospital. I mean, I find myself quite useful. My dad's a pharmacist. I remember as a child, like him getting phone calls from everyone in the church saying, I've got this problem, what medication should I take? And get a bit of that is the honest answer. But much as though there is that mix, actually what I do for a living is actually far less important at church. And I think we fall into a trap of people saying, well, who are you? And our response is what we do. Well, isn't it? If someone says, tell me about you, you generally tell them your marital status, if you've got any kids, and what you do as a job. And actually, to me, those things are actually less important. They are important, obviously, that's very important to me. If someone asks me, you know, who I am, he would be a massive part of my reply. I'm less likely to reply about job because I do think it matters less. And yes, there's always ways we can be useful to each other, and you know, if you've got a builder at church, you'll find out that he's constantly doing extensions for church people and things like that. That's quite normal, but actually, to me, it's more about our identity in Christ and what he brings. But I do love the fact that I can, on a Sunday morning, flip from having a coffee and speaking to one of the old retired people who lives in the complex opposite the church, down to the 5-year-old who wants to tell me about his week in school, and you know, through to someone who actually does want to ask me a work question. And I love the breadth of what church brings us.
In not so much of a nutshell, life has been tough, but time will not allow me to tell you about how the church has shown me the love of Christ and helped me to navigate through sickness and the consequent hardship. My own family lives far away, but my newfound family not only visited me and supported me emotionally, financially, physically, socially, and through Jesus living through his people, I can live life in full again. I even ushered in the new year at the party held at Matt and Julie's. Now, Jem, why not give church, love, and Jesus a try? What have you got to lose? Well done for sticking with me. I know many people have had negative experiences and impressions, but do like, share, and follow to get this positive news out there about how Christ and his church help our overall well-being. And before you go, what's your impression about God? I shared mine in the video in this description. Feel free to share yours in the comment below. Never underestimate the power of God through his church. I once wondered if I could ever smile again, but Simon showed me the love of God. He enjoys cooking and I enjoy eating. Check out Meals with Simon in the description. Finally, thank you to all those who supported me in my brokenness, opened your hearts and homes to me, and for those who care to share their witness in this video, and to those who chose not to. I still love and respect you. If you haven't yet, please subscribe, like, and follow for more content like this. Thanks for watching.
Even in the face of life's harshest trials, I've usually held back my tears. But this story of Ravi moved me to tears, not once but multiple times. In October 2021, at the age of 6, Ravi was diagnosed with a brain tumor. The aftermath of a 10-hour operation has left Ravi grappling with his self-image and avoiding mirrors. But when he asked his mother, Bethan, about the silver lining in his ordeal, she simply said, "You can choose," instead of succumbing to self-pity. Ravi, whose name chosen by and Bethan, because Ravi in India means the sun, which doesn't discriminate, truly living up to his name, chose a million dreams from the greatest showman today. He stands tall, not just as a survivor, but as a beacon of hope and resilience, and having raised funds for 2 brain tumor charities, Ravi emerged triumphant as the Child of Courage winner at the Mirror's Pride of Britain Awards 2023, an annual event that has been celebrating the unsung heroes of the UK since 1999 and got Alesha's Golden Buzzer on Britain's Got Talent in April 2024. Ravi's story is a challenge to us all. It's a testament to the human spirit's ability to rise above adversity and make a difference. What about you now, Jem? How do you want to make a difference? Find out how you can support Ravi's extraordinary dream, The Journey of Selflessness, in the description, and look out for him on Britain's Got Talent. In spite of the odds stacked against you, you can still make an impact. Follow, like, subscribe, and share to create more awareness. Thanks. Did you know 88,000 people are currently estimated to be living with brain tumors in the UK? Support brain tumor charities in the description.
Can you name this meal and which country it originates from? Find answers in the link below.
In the world of project management, Agile Mastery reigns supreme. Want to know why? Agile focuses on continuous improvement, scope flexibility, team input, and delivering quality products. Now, what about Scrum? It's a subset of Agile, a framework that helps teams work together. Sounds great, right? But how to master it? Here are 3 smashing strategies. First, promote transparency. Share goals, progress, and problems openly with the team. Second, foster commitment. Encourage everyone to take ownership of their tasks. Last but not least, embrace change. It's not a hindrance, but an opportunity for growth. Remember, Agile and Scrum are about adapting, not just following a plan.
If you haven't yet, please subscribe, like, and follow for more content like this.
Hey now, Gem. Welcome to another smashing walk. Today we're embarking on a scenic journey around the beautiful Tema Lakes in Devon. Join me to discover the beauty of this walker's paradise, its abundant wildlife, and the range of activities it offers. Tema Lakes are located near the coastal resort of Bude, straddling the border between Cornwall and Devon in the southwest of England. This beautiful area comprises two lakes, the Upper Tema Lakes and the Lower Tema Lakes. The Upper Tema Lakes offers a variety of water activities and a 3-mile circular path that is suitable for walkers, cyclists, and families. The Lower Tema Lake, constructed in the 1820s, is a designated nature reserve, providing a tranquil setting for bird watching. Interestingly, the boundary between Devon and Cornwall runs right up the middle of Upper Tema Lake. The lakes are rich in flora and fauna, with a special population of willow tits, which are increasingly rare and on the brink of extinction in the UK. Tema Lakes are a popular destination for walkers, runners, cyclists, sailors, bird watchers, and anglers, all searching for their own piece of tranquility. It's a perfect spot to set the imagination free, stretch your legs, and enjoy the peace that comes from being near water. As we start our walk, you'll notice the tranquil beauty of the Upper Tema Lakes. You might spot some rare bird species as we start our journey. Let's play a game. It's called Spot the Bird. The rules are simple. The first one to spot a bird gets, well, the joy of spotting a bird. Next, we're heading to the Lower Tema Lakes. This lake is popular for its water activities, from sailing to windsurfing. There's something for every adventure enthusiast. Walking along the Tema Lakes is not just about the lakes. The surrounding woodland and country trails offer a peaceful retreat. The Lema Lakes Trail has a difficulty level of moderate, and the duration is 2.5 to 4 hours. It has an elevation gain of 90 meters. Take a moment to soak in the tranquility. Remember to wear comfortable hiking shoes, carry water, and enjoy the serenity of this delightful trail. Did you spot the dog walkers? I saw greyhounds, schnauzers, the canoes, the kayaks, birds like cormorants, mallards, I think 2 Canada geese, plants like brambles, buckthorn, blackthorns, hawthorns. And remember to bring your seat mat or lightweight travel backpacking stool. We saw the great crested grebe and also fishermen who backpacked with their tents and blankets and sleeping bags. Yeah, you can overnight fish camping like these fishermen, watching for fish with their tents, sleeping bags, and overnight bags. Before we end our journey, let's take a moment to appreciate the effort of the Southwest Lakes Trust in maintaining this beautiful site. Please remember to respect nature and follow the country code. Don't forget to pick your dog poop, because I nearly stepped on one. And please remember to share, like, and subscribe if you enjoyed this walk around Tema Lakes. Stay tuned for more adventures. Until next time, see you later, but no vanishing acts like a magician's bunny. Now, Gem, be smashing. Do like, share, and comment. And remember to check out the cafe. Smash it now, Gem. Subscribe to Tody Gem. Be smashing. Subscribe to Tody Gold. Join our community on Facebook. Now, Gem, all life matters. I alone cannot change the world, but I can cast a stone across the waters to create many ripples. Together, let's change the world, one word at a time. Thanks for watching.
So here we have Italian style salmon, tomato and cream cheese pasta with leeks and fresh flat leaf parsley and a bit of garlic. Yummy, yummy, yummy. So today we're doing a lovely traditional simple Spanish spaghetti dish that's going to be flavoured with a soft cheese. I'm using Boursin, you could use roulade, you could possibly use Philadelphia, anything like that. And it's basically going to be cook most of it in one roasting pan, and then just do the spaghetti and stir it in afterwards. So we've got some cheap salmon cuts, don't need to buy posh steaks because it's going to be flaked up. There's going to be plenty here to feed 2 to 3 adults and have left over. We've got main ingredients, the salmon, young leek, 4 tomatoes, or you can use plum or cherry tomatoes. You've got the soft cheese, Boursin or roulade or Philly or whatever, and then we've got coarse ground black pepper, some garlic granules or fresh garlic if you want, ground pepper, salt. We've got a lemon, Italian flat leaf parsley, and olive oil. So this is a classic Italian dish, but you could modify similar sorts of things, but instead of using flat leaf parsley, you could use coriander, you could use sliced chili, medium chilies, maybe red chili, or some chili flakes. You could use coconut milk or coconut cream to just tweak it up, go more Thai style or Oriental style. Today we're doing more Italian style. And if you're doing the Oriental style, rather than doing spaghetti, you could use maybe egg noodles or flat noodles to do the Oriental themed version. So we're finely chopping up the leek. I want it really quite fine because it's going to be stirred in. As well as using leek, you don't have to use leek, you could use spinach instead. It's just, I've got leek in, so I'm basically adjusting the recipe to what's in my store cupboard. You could do it with spinach leaves instead of leek, but leek gives a nice sweet flavour and it's yummy. So we want it small, and I'm using a very sharp knife. Very hard to do recipes with blunt knives. You can't get the sort of fine chop pan that an oval or a rectangular word is. So we've got just a bit of olive oil on the bottom to help grease the pan, leeks at one end. We're going to be putting the fish at the other end. So I'm just coarsely chopping up the tomatoes. If you were using cherry or little plums, just probably half them to just help them soften when they're roasted. And I'm going to be putting these on top of the leeks. These have been ripened on the windowsill, so they're nice and warm and room temperature. Don't use tomatoes straight from the fridge, not a good idea. They lose their flavour. Much better to have them at room temperature for at least 6 hours to a day, unless you're in a very hot climate. Be contributing to the nice tomatoey pasta sauce. And the advantage of this dish is it's just all in one pan. So they just go onto the leeks. And just try and get them reasonably flat. Not essential this, but it will just add a little bit of flavour. Again, you could use some chopped or crushed up garlic here instead, but I'm just using this for ease because it's in my store cupboard. And garlic granules are a brilliant store cupboard ingredient, used in so much of what you can cook in, whether it's barbecue pastes or Chinese or Italian or Spanish. A little bit of ground black pepper, a little bit of salt, not lots. Now it's up to you whether you leave the skin on or take the skin off. I usually cook fish with the skin on. It has extra nutrients. Obviously make sure it's descaled. And I'm just going to put a little bit of seasoning on the fish. Yes, a little bit of salt. And a little bit of fresh ground pepper. And then you lay the fish into the other half of the pan, and I'm trying to keep the fat bits even on both sides. So, reminder, tip for lemons: to get the juice out easily, give it a good roll to soften it. Makes it harder to cut, but with a sharp knife it should go through. If not, do a little spike first. But we're going to basically see all the juice coming straight out, and I'm going to just put some lemon slices onto the fish pieces. So just put a nice bit of the juice on. So here we have our ring cheese. You can do it simply with just some mascarpone and herbs and garlic, but this is a really cheap way of doing it. So we have enough here parsley to produce a good couple of large tablespoons once it's chopped up, and we'll see where that goes later. Just a little bit of olive oil on top. So fan oven about 180, get your oven hot. So the delight of this dish is it cooks in one dish, and roughly in the same time that this will roast, you'll be cooking your spaghetti. So got my spaghetti ready to do. Good fish stuff or ring of spaghetti. And this is the twist technique to spread the spaghetti out. Twist hands in opposite directions. Oh, let me try that one again. That was a total fail. So twist and release. There you go. So that's ready to cook. Got some salt in the pan ready. Oh, let's just get some light on. And then we'll just boil up a full kettle. And in about the same 10 to 12 minutes, that will cook. Roughly the same for the other dish, probably a little bit longer for the fish dish to cook. And then we'll put the two together. So just put a little bit of the parsley on before baking. Most of it will go on after it's baked so it doesn't burn. So we're going to give that about 5-10 minutes, check it's cooking well before we cook the pasta. After 10 minutes,
boiling hot water into the pasta dish. And the pasta is ready to boil.
Making sure I'm moving the pasta so it doesn't stick until it's really on the boil. very frustrating when you've got pasta stuck together. Having this creamy pasta dish, fish pasta dish with a nice chilled white wine. This is Portuguese. So we're going to drain that, but leave just a little bit of the water left to help add to the sauce in the pan. So, fish is cooked, nice and flaky. So I'm just going to flake up the fish. Let's get the lemon out of the way first. So I'm going to break up the fish, then I'm going to mash up the tomatoes with a potato masher, and then we blend the whole lot together and stir in the spaghetti. Look at that, see how it's evenly light throughout, no dark pink, so it's fully cooked, lovely moist. Herbs are still quite green, so they haven't overcooked. I'm gonna blend in the cheese, get all that mixed in, try and keep the tomatoes out for now. And there'll be lots of nice nutrients in the tomatoes, vitamin C, antioxidants, omega and good oils in the salmon, and particularly because we've got the skin in there as well, there's extra nutrients in the skin. See how that's basically going to make the yummy creamy sauce, similar to if you were using a bought mascarpone sauce, but this will be on a whole new level. And the advantage of leeks is they're quite a sweet flavour, light, and again leeks are good for the immunity, part of the onion family, always good to have leeks. So there's a very healthy meal here. You know, there's cream in the cheese and saturated fat. The olive oil helps your blood absorb that. So now get the potato masher and just help make those tomatoes really mushed up. Try not to really mush all the fish because we want some decent flakes in there as well. But this side I'm really mushing up, and I'm going to squeeze the juice out of the lemons before I pull out the pith. Just finally making sure all the fish sauce is evenly blended, and because the pan was pre-oiled, the fish doesn't stick too badly, which is great. And obviously the advantage of this sort of pan is you can serve it straight onto the table. Now adding the pasta. There's a bit of water in here, not a lot. Don't want the pasta too wet. And then using tongs, really useful kitchen appliance for pasta. Tongs are the way to go. If you haven't got any and you like pasta, get some. And the last stage, just adding fresh parsley. Stir most of it in. And then finish off. You can always keep a little sprinkle just to put on the end. And you can put on a shaving or grating of Parmesan on top, or another similar Italian style charred cheese, but it's not essential. Now, does that not look appetizing and a gorgeous way to have salmon with a cheaper cut and spaghetti? And to serve, just perhaps finish with a, this is optional of course, but if you like a bit of heat in your pasta, a little sprinkling of ground black pepper. I really like ground black pepper with spaghetti and linguine. And let's plate up. This one's for you.
No.
Now this portion easily feeds 4, particularly if you've got side salad, but it is pretty balanced, it doesn't have to have side salad. Just get some of the fish bits from the outside. And just a little if you can be bothered.
A squeeze of lemon.
Drizzle of lemon on top, or if you're entertaining, a lemon wedge on each plate. Fresh, filling, yummy. So this is a very basic starting place. You can adjust this recipe depending on what's on your store cupboard. You can put some lovely fresh spinach leaves in and bake it in the spinach and stir that into the sauce, or you can finish off with some cooked peas and just stir those in at the end. Or if you want to go Asian, instead of using spaghetti, you would use egg noodles, you would use chili flakes, put a drizzle of soy maybe in at the last minute, light soy, so you don't want too much colour. And you could even put some sliced fresh chilies in, and you could even stir in a little bit of coconut cream and water to thickness, or you could use coconut milk and have it more soupy as a Thai style soup. Don't have to use leeks, but if you've got some nice light coloured leeks, they particularly go well. Sweet and nutritious. And for the traditional purists, you'd probably want to garnish it with grated parmesan, or stir some grated fresh parmesan into the sauce, and maybe even serve it with some arty parmesan shavings if you're wanting to impress the love of your life. And of course you got lemon wedge on the side to just add a bit if you want a bit more lemon hit. And to serve with this, I'd probably serve it with a nice chilled bottle of white wine, preferably with a citrus fruit hint or another light fruit hint. And if you're maybe doing the Asian version with the chili, maybe you'd go for a chilled rosé, just to give it a tiny bit more body. Lovely dish to serve in the summer months, and you know, with that wedge of lemon on the side. Bon appetit.
Have you ever wondered what project management is? Project management, in its simplest form, is like being a captain steering a ship through a storm to reach a destination. Imagine you're in charge of a ship, and your destination is a beautiful island miles away. Your ship is your project, the crew is your team, and the island is your goal. The ship won't reach the island by itself, right? It needs a captain, someone who knows how to navigate the seas, understands the strengths and weaknesses of the crew, and is able to make the right decisions when the storm hits. That's the role of a project manager, to plan, organize, and manage resources to ensure the ship reaches its destination safely and successfully. Just as a captain wouldn't set sail without a map, a project manager wouldn't start a project without a plan. This plan outlines the journey ahead, what needs to be achieved, who needs to do it, how much time it will take, and what resources are required. The project manager is responsible for creating this plan and ensuring it's followed. But what if the ship encounters unexpected obstacles or bad weather? That's where the project manager's skills in organizing and managing resources come into play. They need to be able to adjust the plan and reallocate resources to overcome these challenges and keep the project on track. The project manager also needs to keep the crew motivated and focused. They do this by communicating clearly, resolving conflicts, and ensuring everyone understands their role and how it contributes to reaching the island. In essence, project management is about guiding a team to achieve a specific goal. It's about making sure everyone knows what they need to do, when they need to do it, and how they're going to do it. It's about managing resources, overcoming challenges, and keeping the project on track. So, project management is like being the captain of a ship, steering your team towards achieving a set goal. And just like the successful captain who navigates through the storm to reach the island, a successful project manager guides their team through challenges to achieve their project goals. Imagine assembling a puzzle. You do it piece by piece, right? This is similar to agile project management. In the realm of project management, agile is a term that's thrown around quite a bit. But what does it really mean? Well, let's go back to our puzzle analogy. Just like you wouldn't try to put together a whole puzzle in one go, agile project management doesn't attempt to tackle an entire project all at once. Instead, It breaks the project down into manageable, bite-sized pieces. These smaller sections are known as sprints. Think of them as individual puzzle pieces. Each sprint is a self-contained mini-project with a defined goal and timeline. The team focuses on one sprint at a time, completing the work, assessing the results, and then moving on to the next sprint. This iterative approach allows for flexibility and adaptation, as the project team can learn from each sprint and adjust their plans for the next one accordingly. Much like a puzzle, the beauty of Agile is that you can see the picture coming together piece by piece. Each sprint brings you closer to the final goal, but also provides a sense of accomplishment on its own. It's a continuous cycle of planning, executing, reviewing, and adjusting, a dynamic process that embraces change and uncertainty. Moreover, Agile is all about collaboration. The project team, stakeholders, and customers work together closely, just like a group of friends assembling a puzzle. Everyone has a say, everyone's input matters, and everyone shares in the satisfaction of seeing the project or puzzle come together. So, in essence, Agile project management is a way of managing projects that's adaptable, iterative, and collaborative. It's a method that breaks down complex projects into manageable sprints, allowing teams to respond to changes and deliver value quickly and efficiently. So, Agile project management is like solving a puzzle, one piece at a time. Ever wondered what the difference is between traditional and Agile project management? Well, let's dive in and explore these two different approaches. Imagine you're planning to climb a mountain. Traditional project management is like planning your entire route from the base to the peak in one go. You'd map out every step, estimate how long each section will take, and stick rigidly to this plan, despite what you might encounter on your journey. You're armed with a detailed plan, sure, but what happens if you run into an unexpected storm or find a path is blocked? That's where the limitations of this approach become apparent. It can be inflexible, making it hard to adapt when unpredictable challenges arise. Now, let's look at Agile project management. Instead of planning the entire climb in one go, you'd plan for the first section of the climb, then reassess your route, your progress, and any new obstacles that have emerged. You'd then plan the next section, climb it, and reassess again. This approach is iterative and flexible, allowing for continuous improvement and adaptation to new circumstances. So, in a nutshell, the key difference between traditional and Agile project management lies in their approach to planning and execution. Traditional project management values a comprehensive upfront plan, while Agile values flexibility and continuous reassessment. But it's not just about flexibility. Agile also promotes close collaboration within the team and with stakeholders to ensure the project is always focused on delivering value. And let's not forget feedback. Agile thrives on it. Regular feedback cycles allow for continuous improvement and refinement, so the end result is the best it can be. So, which approach is better? Well, it depends. Both have their strengths and weaknesses, and the best approach will depend on the specific needs and circumstances of your project. In essence, Agile is a more flexible, adaptable approach compared to traditional project management. But remember, the best project management approach is the one that works best for you and your team. Agile is not a one-size-fits-all solution. There are different methodologies and frameworks. Just like there are many ways to get to a destination, there are various paths you can take when implementing Agile. Let's get into some of the most common ones. First, we have Scrum, which is like a high-speed train. It works in short, time-boxed iterations called sprints, usually lasting 2 weeks. The team sets a goal for what they want to achieve in that time, and then they get to work. It's fast, it's efficient, and it's perfect for projects where priorities can shift rapidly. Next, we have Kanban. This is more like a leisurely drive on a scenic route. It's all about visualizing the workflow with tasks moving from one column to the next on a Kanban board. This method focuses on continuous delivery and maintaining a steady pace, making it great for ongoing work rather than projects with a fixed end date. Then there's Lean, the cycling trip of Agile methodologies. It's all about eliminating waste and delivering value to the customer as quickly as possible. It's a great choice for businesses looking to improve their processes and increase efficiency. There are other methodologies too, like extreme programming, which is like a roller coaster ride, emphasizing customer satisfaction and high-quality software delivery through frequent releases in short development cycles. And then there's Crystal, the hiking trail of methodologies, which values people and interactions over processes and tools. It's important to note that these aren't rigid rules, but more like guidelines. You can mix and match elements from different methodologies to suit your project's needs. Remember, the goal of Agile is to deliver value quickly and respond to changes effectively, regardless of the route you take to get there. These methodologies are like different routes to the same destination, each with its own advantages. So it's all about finding the right path for your team and your project. Many renowned companies practice Agile project management. Let's take a look at a few examples. First, we have Spotify, the popular music streaming service. They've used Agile to create a dynamic and innovative work environment. Their squads or small project teams use Agile methods to deliver new features quickly and efficiently. Then there's Microsoft, a giant in the tech industry. They adopted Agile to accelerate their software development process. This approach allows them to respond to customer feedback in real time, constantly improving their products. IBM, another tech titan, uses Agile to foster a culture of continuous learning and improvement, boosting productivity and software quality. And not to forget, Amazon. Agile helps them maintain their fast-paced, customer-centric business model, ensuring they stay ahead in the e-commerce game. These companies show that Agile can lead to great success when implemented correctly. It's a testament to the power of agility, adaptability, and customer-focused strategies. Let's imagine a rugby team. Ever heard of Scrum? In the game of rugby, a scrum is a method of restarting the game that involves players packing closely together with their heads down and attempting to gain possession of the ball. Now, how does this relate to project management, you might ask? Well, Scrum in project management is a methodology that allows a team to self-organize and make changes quickly in accordance with Agile principles. Imagine a project team as a rugby team. In both cases, they are working together, using their unique skills and perspectives to achieve a common goal. In rugby, that goal is to score points. In a project, it could be anything from developing a new software feature to launching a marketing campaign. In Scrum, the project is divided into small work units known as sprints, which typically last 1 to 4 weeks. The team gathers at the beginning of each sprint to decide what work will be accomplished during that time. This is like the huddle in a rugby game where the team plans their next move. Just as a rugby team adjusts its strategies based on the current state of the game, a Scrum team reviews the work done at the end of each sprint and adjusts its plans for the next one. This review process, known as the sprint retrospective, allows the team to continuously improve their work methods. In Scrum, there is no team leader who assigns tasks to team members. Instead, the team as a whole decides on the best way to accomplish their goals. This is like a rugby scrum, where every player has a key role, and the team's success depends on everyone working together effectively. So, Scrum is all about working together, just like a rugby team, to achieve your project goals. Choosing the right methodology can be similar to choosing the right tool for a job. Just as you wouldn't use a hammer to screw in a light bulb, you wouldn't use an agile methodology for a project that doesn't change or evolve. So, how do you make this crucial decision? First, consider the size of your project. Larger projects can benefit from a structured approach like waterfall, where everything is planned in advance. However, for smaller projects with a high degree of uncertainty, agile can be a more suitable choice, allowing for flexibility and adaptability. Next, ponder on the complexity of your project. A project with many interconnected parts may require the robust structure of the waterfall methodology. On the other hand, a project that's more straightforward might be better served by the flexibility of Agile or Scrum. Team size is another important factor. Larger teams often work well with structured methodologies like Waterfall or Prince2. Smaller teams, particularly those working in a fast-paced environment, might find Agile or Scrum more conducive. Also, think about the nature of the project's environment. Is it a highly regulated industry with strict compliance requirements? In such cases, a methodology with more control and documentation, like Waterfall, might be appropriate. But if you're working in a more dynamic and fast-changing environment, Agile or Scrum could be the way to go. Lastly, don't forget to consider the client's needs and expectations. Some clients prefer a more traditional, predictable approach, while others may value the adaptability and customer involvement in Agile methodologies. In sum, there's no one-size-fits-all answer. The best methodology for your project depends on a variety of factors, including project size, complexity, team size, industry, and client expectations. It's about weighing these factors, understanding the strengths and weaknesses of each methodology, and making an informed decision. Remember, the right methodology is like the right tool. It makes the job easier. Wondering if Scrum is the right fit for your project? Scrum is a flexible and collaborative project management methodology that thrives in dynamic environments. But how do you know if it's the right choice for your project? Let's explore some scenarios where Scrum really shines. Firstly, think of projects that are complex in nature, where the end product is not completely defined at the start. These could be software development projects, where features and functionalities evolve with time based on customer feedback or market dynamics. In such cases, Scrum allows for iterative development, with each iteration, or sprint, bringing you closer to a product that meets user needs and expectations. Secondly, consider projects that require frequent feedback and adjustments. Scrum encourages constant communication and collaboration, making it ideal for projects where stakeholder input is vital at regular intervals. This could be a marketing campaign where feedback from focus groups can significantly influence the direction and messaging. Thirdly, Scrum is beneficial when the team is self-motivated and capable of self-management. The Scrum framework empowers teams to make decisions and adapt to changes quickly. So if your team is composed of independent, skilled individuals who thrive in a collaborative setting, Scrum could be a winning choice. Lastly, if your project is likely to face frequent changes or uncertainties, Scrum's adaptability could prove invaluable. Whether it's changing user requirements, new technology trends, or unforeseen challenges, Scrum's flexible nature allows your team to pivot and adjust as needed. Remember, though, that Scrum isn't one size fits all. It may not be the best fit for projects with a well-defined, unchanging scope, or where a sequential, step-by-step approach is more appropriate. So, take a moment to understand your project's needs, the nature of your team, and the environment in which you operate. Match these factors with the qualities of Scrum we've discussed, and you'll have a clearer picture of whether Scrum could be the key to your project's success. Scrum shines in projects that need flexibility, collaboration, and frequent feedback. A good Scrum Master is like a good coach. They guide the team, inspire collaboration, and ensure that everyone is working towards the shared goal. But what qualities truly make a good Scrum Master? Let's delve into that. Firstly, a Scrum Master should possess exceptional leadership skills. They are not the traditional boss, but rather a servant leader, assisting the team in removing obstacles and ensuring they have everything they need to succeed. They lead by example, fostering an environment where each team member feels valued and heard. Communication is another critical attribute. A Scrum Master must be an excellent communicator, able to articulate ideas clearly and effectively. They need to facilitate open communication within the team, ensuring everyone is on the same page. They are also the team's spokesperson, representing their interests to stakeholders. Problem solving is another feather in a Scrum Master's cap. They must be adept at identifying issues and finding efficient solutions. If a team member is stuck or there's a bottleneck in the process, the Scrum Master steps in to resolve the issue, keeping the project on track. Adaptability is also crucial. In the world of Agile, change is the only constant. A Scrum Master must be flexible and responsive to change, helping the team adapt and thrive in a dynamic environment. They should also display a deep understanding of Scrum practices and principles. This knowledge enables them to guide the team effectively and uphold the integrity of the Scrum framework. Lastly, a good Scrum Master is empathetic. They understand that behind every task and every user story, there's a human being. They respect individual perspectives, promote a healthy work-life balance, and foster a positive and inclusive team culture. All these qualities blend together to create a Scrum Master who is not just a task overseer, but a mentor, a facilitator, and a team player. They don't just manage, they lead, inspire, and empower. A good Scrum Master guides the team towards the goal, just like a good coach. They are the heartbeat of the Scrum team, ensuring that everyone is moving in unison towards the shared goal. A good product owner is like a visionary. This is a statement that holds a lot of truth in the realm of Agile and Scrum. A product owner is the champion for his or her product, and their qualities can significantly influence the success of a project. First and foremost, a good product owner understands customer needs. They have a direct line of communication with the customer. They know their pains, their desires, and their expectations. They are able to translate these needs into product features, ensuring that the product will meet and exceed customer expectations. Another important quality is clear and effective communication. A product owner is the bridge between the customer and the development team. They need to articulate the customer's needs to the team in a way that is clear, concise, and actionable. They also need to communicate progress and updates back to the customer, managing their expectations throughout the project. Good decision-making skills are also crucial. A product owner needs to prioritize the work that is most valuable to the product and the customer. This involves making tough decisions on what to include and what to leave out, based on the available resources and the project timeline. A product owner must also be a good leader. They need to motivate and inspire the team, helping them to see the vision for the product and to understand the value of their work. They must be able to handle conflicts, guide the team through challenges, and keep everyone focused on the ultimate goal. Resilience is another key quality. Projects often face obstacles and setbacks, and it's the product owner's job to keep the project on track, to find solutions, and to keep moving forward, no matter what. Last but not least, a good product owner must be knowledgeable about the product, the market, and the industry. They need to stay updated on trends and changes to ensure that the product remains competitive and relevant. A good product owner can envision the final product and guide the team towards that vision. They are the driving force behind the product, and their qualities can make or break the success of a project. So, we've taken a journey through the world of project management and Agile. We've explored the foundations of project management and delved into the dynamic realm of Agile. We've highlighted the differences between traditional and Agile project management and discovered that it's not about one being better than the other, but about choosing the one that suits your project's needs best. We've taken a look at various Agile methodologies and frameworks and learned about the companies that effectively utilize Agile. We've simplified Scrum and discussed how to determine if it's the right methodology for your project. We've also outlined the qualities of a great Scrum Master and product owner, highlighting the importance of leadership, communication, and a customer-focused mindset. Remember, whether it's traditional or Agile, the aim of project management is to steer your team towards achieving a set goal. So, equip yourself with the right tools and lead your project to success.
Today we have meals with Simon with homemade potato wedges, seasoned with salt, ground black pepper and some roasted crushed garlic. Lovely mixed salad with Italian bistro, radishes, spring onion and garnished with flat leaf parsley. And then we've got marinated barbecue, hot spicy chicken legs with a lovely homemade marinade with ketchup, paprika, smoked paprika, hot paprika, tiny bit of hot chili sauce, cumin, salt, ground black pepper again, And then that's with a little bit of sliced tomato garnished with flat leaf parsley. Enjoy. Bon appetit.
So let's get cooking with Simon. First you measure out the ingredients.
1.5.
1.5 tablespoons.
Normal paprika.
1 teaspoonful of paprika.
Slightly less. Spiced hot paprika. About half a teaspoon. Smoked paprika. About a 1/4 teaspoon. Ground black pepper, about a spoon a bit. And just a bit of salt. About half a teaspoon. About 2.5. It's about 2 tablespoons. Yeah, it's about 2 tablespoons.
Add 3/4 of a lemon in. You can roll the lemon to make it soft and easy to squeeze. Add some ketchup. The lemon will make it soft.
Yeah, and there's vinegar in this ketchup as well, so the lemon and any vinegar or citrus helps break down the muscle fibres in meat, so it starts to tenderise it, and also helps the spices get into the flesh.
Stir it all in together.
I'm just going to add one more liquid before I stir in some more ketchup. Now you can stir in mustard if you've got it, but I haven't. That's about a teaspoon of olive oil. So this is like a marinade paste. Yeah. I'm going to get the chicken.
And we'll be using 3 legs of chicken. So what are you slicing?
I'm scoring the flesh to help the marinade get into it. And as it cooks, it will open up a bit.
Spread the marinade evenly over the chicken. Add some hot pepper sauce.
This stuff's hot. Chili paste, but that's what I happen to have in.
Now the chicken is marinated. Put it in the fridge for
a minimum of 4 hours. 3 chicken legs marinated and ready to roast. A little bit of the paste left to put on the backs when I turn them. Overnight best.
Okay. Mix some coarse black pepper, some garlic powder with salt, and add it to the wedges.
Pre-microwave for about 5-6 minutes and seasoned with garlic powder, black pepper and salt, and some cloves of garlic in with skins on to also roast, and then the paste of that garlic will be squeezed on to give a sweet garlic flavour to just rub into the potatoes. Okay, stop. That's for the garnish. Okay. And now we're just going to chop the radish. Just pause it, ready? Go. flat leaf Italian parsley. Okay.
Olive oil.
Extra virgin olive oil, or virgin olive oil.
Extra virgin. Black pepper. Mexican.
Called tossing the salad.
Okay. Toss the salad. Parsley.
No, this is just the salad leaves. Is that alright for you? Ready?
Sorry.
Let me get the spoon. Close out.
Garlic.
This is the roasted garlic. Just taking the skin out. Very hot, so don't burn your fingers.
Mixing the
Crushed garlic onto the potatoes, wedges.
crushing the garlic.
Oh, that one's still in the skin. I think we're going to All right for you?
Chicken. Yummy. Now, Jen, welcome to another smashing hangout. Do you know the UK's most popular paid tourist attraction? And the tallest Ferris wheel in Europe? Step into the iconic glass capsule of the London Eye and prepare for a bird's eye view like no other from one of the air-conditioned pod symbolizing the 32 boroughs of London, each holding up to 25 people and weighing 10 tons. You can ascend to dizzying heights, soak in panoramic vistas of London's skyline, spot famous landmarks like Big Ben, the Houses of Parliament, and Buckingham Palace, but hold on tight so you don't lose your breath from the sheer beauty of the river cruise. And before you sail away in style, here are some facts. At 443 feet high, the London Eye is currently the fourth largest Ferris wheel in the world, but it doesn't even crack the top 20 tallest structures in London itself. For the record, the tallest building in the city is the Shard, topping out at 1,004 feet high. So if it weren't a wheel, it would actually be taller than the Shard. Husband and wife team David Marks and Julia Barfield came up with the idea from the Eye in response to a 1993 competition asking Londoners to design a new landmark celebrating the millennium. The content was a bust, but Marks and Barfield's idea caught on, and the wheel was opened on the 9th of March 2000, behind schedule, but still in the millennium. A ride on the London Eye takes 30 minutes and it travels at a speed of about 0.6 miles per hour. With more than 3.5 million people checking out the Eye every year, it's now the most popular paid tourist attraction in the UK. The most popular free attraction in the UK is the British Museum, which sees more than 6 million visitors each year. The operators of the Eye keep track of the celebrities who have taken the most rides on the attraction. In the UK, Kate Moss is the winner with 25 spins. The American celebrity who holds that distinction is Jessica Alba, who's gone on the Eye 31 times. The entire wheel weighs more than 1,000 tons or well over 1 million pounds. It was assembled flat and moved onto 8 temporary islands on the River Thames. The structure was raised into place in September 1999, but the process wasn't without snaffles. One of the cables of the structure snapped before it was lifted and had to be replaced. The Eye has 32 capsules, one of each of the city's 32 boroughs, but they are numbered from 1 to 33 because As with many buildings and other structures, there is no number 13 capsule. Whether the superstition about that number is warranted or not, the cars skip from 12 to 14. One thing that differentiates the eye from other Ferris wheels around the world is the fact that it's cantilevered or supported on only one side. Wheels with similar structures include New Orlando Eye. More than 5,000 people have gotten engaged on the Eye since it opened, with both sedates, proposals, and orchestrated flash mobs among the celebrations. If you want to do the same in a private capsule, it will cost you £360, about $559, but champagne is included. More than 500 weddings have also happened there, with the first one taking place in 2001. At one point during the London Restaurant Festival, the Eye turned into a pop-up dining spot. Celebrity chefs like Gordon Ramsay and Daniel Bullard served meals in one of the capsules for 10 patrons, each of whom paid a pretty penny, in some cases upwards of $30,000 for the pleasure. There have been a few instances of people scaling the Eye, whether for entertainment or for political purposes. Magician David Blaine took a full rotation, standing atop one of the wheel spots in 2003. In 2004, a man dressed as Spider-Man climbed the attraction and spent 18 hours on top of a pod, allegedly to call attention to fathers' rights in the UK. In 2013, the Red Bull Academy turned the Eye into a rotating nightclub. Well, technically, it turned 30 of the capsules into different parties to celebrate the UK's club culture, with artists like Lily Allen, Mark Ronson, and Richie Houghton performing in the pods. Selfie sticks are allowed at the London Eye, although they're banned from many other London attractions, including the National Gallery of Art and the Wembley Arena. Since the Eye opened in 2000, many cities including Las Vegas, Seattle, and Atlanta have opened observation wheels, whose designs were inspired by the attraction. On a clear day, from the top of the London Eye, you can almost see as far as Windsor Castle. And next, you can go on the River Thames, where your adventure continues aboard a stylish river cruise, where you glide gracefully along the shimmering waters, passing under historic bridges and beside majestic palaces, with entertaining commentary highlighting fascinating facts and quirky anecdotes. You can learn about London's rich history while giggling your way through the sights as you experience a dose of comedy gold from witty guides who sprinkle humor from fantastic jokes to quirky anecdotes, ensuring that your moments are infused with laughter and your adventure is as entertaining as it is educational. Remember to capture those Insta-worthy picture-perfect moments, whether you're striking a pose against the backdrop of Tower Bridge, snapping selfies with newfound friends, or gliding past famous landmarks like the Tower of London and Shakespeare's Globe Theatre. You may laugh till you cry, just don't let the tears ruin your selfie. Whether you're a history buff, a local, or a tourist, or a comedy enthusiast, prepare for a day of sightseeing to see London in a whole new light, where laughter is the best souvenir, and every view a punchline, and memories are made. Because in London, every laugh is a landmark. Discover heights of fun with the London Eye and River Cruise.
I alone cannot change the world, but I can cast a stone across the water to create many ripples. Smash it now, Gem. Subscribe to Tony Gold. Be smashing. Subscribe to Tony Gem and connect on social media. Join the conversation on Now Gem on Life Matters. Let's change our world one little heartbeat at a time with every word and smile.
Thank you.
Now, Jem, unravel another smashing hangout. Let's step into Cafe Royal in Leamington Spa, where the eclectic clientele range from laptop-wielding freelancers crafting the next great novel or a compelling tweet to caffeine-fueled philosophers solving the world's problems one latte at a time. The menu at Cafe Royal is a culinary adventure that could rival a globetrotting foodie's Instagram feed, from avocado toast that takes brunch to new heights to croissants that defy the laws of flakiness. It's a symphony of flavors that leaves taste buds doing a happy dance. Service at Royal is like a well-choreographed ballet, swift, graceful, and with just the right amount of flair. The baristas are the real MVPs, turning coffee brewing into a performance art that even non-coffee drinkers can't help but appreciate. Cafe Royal has a variety of menu, from quality English breakfasts served all day alongside delicious lunch and dinner options, as well as a fresh selection of cakes and pastries. Cafe Royal caters to keep everyone satisfied, from kids and vegetarians to the gluten-free people. The ambience is vintage furniture that's cooler than your grandma's secret jazz vinyl collection. Exposed brick walls that whisper tales of Leamington's history, and a playlist that oscillates between jazz, indie hits, and a surprise appearance by a local buster's acoustic guitar. It's the kind of place where you accidentally spend hours contemplating the meaning of life over a flat white. In a nutshell, Cafe Royal is not just a cafe, it's a heaven for the caffeinated, a sanctuary for the hungry, and a stage for the daily drama of Royal Leamington Spa life, served with a side of laughter and a dollop of whipped cream. Come for the coffee, stay for the vibes, and leave with a latte-induced smile that lasts all day.
So I had a full English breakfast and it was very tasty, and a latte as well.
We just had an excellent breakfast, a big breakfast, full work really, and really welcome, fantastic service. She wants to do homework. Plenty of people come here, so it must be very good food, and it is. It is my normal fare, which is usually a bacon bath when I go bird watching. This is a treat for me. I'm here with my wife and friends, and in our home group, and there are people here with all sorts of interests. But one of them has got a real interest in old computer games, and I used to have a big interest in that many years ago when I used to write my own games for my children. That's another era. Anyway, have a great day.
So here we are in Cafe Royal in Royal Leamington Spa. We are members of our home group and wives and husbands and their children. And we've just had a nice home group big breakfast where we have different types of food and coffees and teas and drinks. And this is situated in Warwick Street. We highly recommend it to anybody. If you come during the week, say a Tuesday at about 2 p.m, you'll see quite a few people here just having a coffee and with their laptops, where there's no rush. It's a very relaxed atmosphere. But today's Saturday and they're very, very busy, so I don't think there'll be any laptops coming out today.
For me, so this morning I had an American breakfast. We went to the Cafe Royal. Well, it depends whether you want to do earlier or later evening. I'm free from probably about, normally on a Saturday. well, probably about 5 o'clock. I could get there.
Yeah, so typical Saturday for me will be spending time with my family, playing with the kids, maybe doing a bit of
keeping stock with old computers, that type of thing.
And how have you found Cafe Royal?
Lovely, really nice food. Really enjoyed the eggs and salmon, really nicely cooked. Lovely time with people from Hungary, really enjoyable.
Would you come back again?
I definitely would. Lovely food. I shall have to bring Anna back here.
Hi, I'm Lisa, and I'm sitting in the Cafe Royal in Leamington. It is a really nice cafe. We're here on a Saturday to meet up for a great breakfast. The breakfast is delicious, the service came really quickly, and it's just a nice place to kind of sit and chat. Normally on a Saturday, I've got 2 kids, so I'm awake early, and it's nice to get out and enjoy a bit more of a peaceful breakfast than usual.
Thank you. I'm working at Cafe Royal. I'm in Paris. I'm making nice breakfast.
Okay, thanks.
Now, Jim, catch you in the future without any slip-ups or banana peels. Visit their website www.caferoyalspa.co.uk and find out about the latest indulgence treats. Meet the owners, Beryl and Hanife.
You from Cafe Royal? Do you have a good time?
It was
Enjoyed
lovely,
it?
yes.
Yeah.
How can we contact you if you want to make bookings?
Yeah, it's best go online on Cafe Royal and you can book it online.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Until next time, see you soon, but please don't vanish like Wi-Fi in a dead zone. Smash the art of living at Tony Jam. I alone cannot change the world, but I can cast a stone across the water to create many ripples. Smash it now, Jam. Subscribe to Tony Gold. Be smashing. Subscribe to Tony Jam and connect on social media. Join the conversation on Now Jam on Life Matters. Let's change our world one little heartbeat at a time with every word and smile.
Jaguar Land Rover celebrates International Women's Week with roaring enthusiasm, proving that our commitment to diversity is as powerful as our engines. From designing sleek vehicles that defy stereotypes to empowering women in leadership roles, we are steering towards a future where every week is an opportunity to accelerate equality. Buckle up for a ride through empowerment, innovation, and a dash of excitement. Because at JLR, we believe in shifting gears towards a more inclusive horizon. The International Women's Week, which kicked off with a conversation with winning women, putting yourself forward for opportunity, was hosted by Ama Agiewa Sapor, featuring Barbara Beckmeyer, Anna Neto Montero, Claire Telfa, the experienced lead for My Opportunities. I hope I haven't murdered any names. You need to hear their stories and how they have evolved. The week saw many of the networks and individuals connecting, making the event a success. Lots of people posted about it. The important thing is that at JLR, International Women's Week, it wasn't just about horsepower. It's about empowering every gear in the transmission of diversity. The workplace is a runway where women take the driver's seat, steering towards success with elegance and resilience. From boardroom brainstorming sessions to the garage banter. We are shifting stereotypes faster than an F-type on a straightaway. In this celebration, JLR proves that diversity isn't an optional accessory, it's a standard feature. Forget the glass ceiling. We have installed panoramic sunroofs to let every woman's brilliance shine. So whether you are navigating the corporate landscape of the toughest off-road terrain, JLR is driving the conversation, because when women thrive, the entire engine roars with pride. We stop working in silos but foster unity, diversity, equity, and inclusion for everyone. You can hear from most of the different networks represented in JLR
or see pictures of them. This initiative portrays JLR as a learning organization and not just as a great place to work, but as an example to the world. Thanks, Natasha, for the opportunity and everyone that featured me and those who made a big deal out of us intentionally and internationally, from Adrian Madel, the CEO at JLR, to Taha Sakriwala in the UK and Nilesh Patel in India, to mention a few. Look out for Nachiket's initiative on emotional cultural intelligence and listen to what individuals and the network have got to say to find out how you can get involved. Also, if you would like to watch some of the interviews I've had with individuals and you'd like to participate to share your culture, interests, what you do, comment GIT and I will be in touch at some point. The video is for all of us. It's important that we live out the reality of inclusion by coming out of our silos and actually integrating our world. Above all, remember, you're unique and you can shine now, Gem. I would like to appreciate all those that had conversations with me. At JLR, you can really live the exceptional with soul as we reimagine our strategies on our exceptional journey through customer love, unity, integrity, growth, impact, creating a mindset that inspires understanding, collaboration, learning, and flexibility to fulfill our potential to be the greatest. You are special now, Gem. Cheers to a week where the acceleration of equality is in high gear. Enjoy as you hear from other creators.
I love your hair, by the way. Thank you very much. I'm Pascaline Wanki, part of the Christian network within JLR. I'm sure you've heard of us. We had a conference a couple of weeks ago and it was absolutely amazing. And I will invite everyone to be a part of it. Christians in the workplace, it's an amazing experience. If you see, that's all about our Christians at JLR. We look at integrating faith and work. That's our mission statement.
Hi, I'm Grishma Warrior. I am the project planner in vehicle programs. I'm here to attend this excellence event under International Women's Day. It was such a lovely event with all lovely speakers from different areas and company. Thank you, and it was so nice to meet you both. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Gina. I'm a durability and robustness test engineer. I'm going to talk this afternoon about getting the next generation of women involved, and I'm really excited to listen to the talk and figure out how I can help get the next generation and get more women into engineering.
So my name is Nyasha Chimwanda, and I am an occupational health advisor. We're called Senior Workplace Health Advisors at JLR. I'm based over in OcuHealth, so if you ever need any support around sort of workplace adjustments, or if you're struggling with a health condition, health issue whilst you're in work that may be impacting you in work, or anything work-related that may be impacting your health, then we're the people to come to, but speak to your managers for a referral, get referred into us, and then we can see how we can support you as best as we can. So we're a people service. We want to encourage a healthy workforce and health and well-being generally within JLR, because a healthy workforce is a productive workforce and happy homes as well. But International Women's Day, I must say I've been impressed, really enjoyed it. The vibe here is just great. It's very soulful and very lively. And I'm very proud to be honored in this day. So thank you to whoever came up with the idea. and happy International Women's Day to everyone. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name's Judith. I'm from the Vehicle Programs Business Office. I'm also one of the co-chairs of Neurodiversity Matters, which is a new group which is a part of SHINE. It's a subgroup of SHINE, and it's to particularly give a focus on people with neurodiverse conditions and how we can support them and be a neurodiverse friendly workplace.
How long have you been with JLR?
Nearly 10 years.
How have you found it?
I definitely recognise what people are saying, that we have evolved over the last few years. I think there was something of a culture to begin with where I don't think it was very inclusive, and since we have had networks for diversity, I think I've seen a big change. We are seeing people who are very conscious now about how they include people and how the way that they behave affects people. And I think these sorts of events are great because you can learn so much more about things like neurodiverse conditions, disability, and how other people's experiences are in the workplace and how you can help with those.
Good afternoon, my name is Ashley Crowack and I work in powertrain engineering. I'm one of the Gaydon site champions for the Shine Disability Network. So one of the allies, joined about 2 years ago to the network just to gain a better understanding of disability and how we can work together in a better, more inclusive way.
And how have you found it working in JLR?
I think within JLR, that the change in culture and that focus on inclusion and understanding each other better is a real positive. I've seen big change.
And I'm Julie Monaghan and I've been in the company for 29 years.
Whoa!
So, yeah, I've seen it come a long way from where we was a long time ago, but even then I found them quite supportive. So I did an OSD in engineering through JLR, did a degree through JLR when I had the whole year off when I was pregnant and had my second child that came in. But having these networks also brings a greater awareness of lots of things that I never knew years ago. And it just educates and teaches people about how different everybody is and how we can be more inclusive for people.
So basically, one doesn't need disability to be part of Shine, does one?
No, so I'm part of the network because I look after apprentices at FENENS. And so I have lots of different people coming through with various disabilities. Some they come in and they know they've got those disabilities, and some they get diagnosed while they're with me or through later on in life. And it helps me as a supervisor to help them have a better experience through the apprenticeship programme and then get them ready to set up onto the work. I love my job. I love seeing them grow and I love seeing them come through, especially with the apprenticeship programme. Seeing them come through and grow and gain confidence and not be scared to share things and say, how they feel about stuff. So yeah, I love it.
My name is Atupele Musa. Most guys call me Pele. I'm with the catering agency CSI. So we are part of the catering agency and we've come to give you guys some sweet treats, all of the good stuff for International Women's Day. I know there's about 400 odd of you, but all of you guys are going to have some beautiful food. Obviously, we've got our fantastic chefs in the back. But yeah, for now we're just serving coffees, making sure that you guys are having a good time.
Yeah. All right. My name is Rodrigo Neroni. I've been in JLR now for 16 months, so a little bit over a year. I work in systems engineering, the systems engineering group, helping the company develop better cars, architect better vehicles, and transition towards our electric future. It's been quite an amazing journey. I come here from a different country. I used to live in France, so it's discovering the new country, living in the UK. JLR is by far the most diverse company I've ever worked for, which was amazing. As a foreigner, I'm Brazilian, I really felt welcome, and I really felt that the company took extra care in making sure that this diverse space is also inclusive.
Okay, can you say hello, bye, and thank you in 2 languages, since I know you speak multiple?
Bonjour, au revoir, et merci beaucoup in French, and bom dia, tchau tchau, e muito obrigado in Portuguese.
Hi, my name's Glenford Russell. I've been with the business now, believe it or not, 25 years. I can't even believe it myself. Last Christmas was 25 years. I am a photographer and video filmmaker. So I've been here when I first started. I was designing web pages back then and then gradually moved up. And then now we basically support the board of directors and everybody in the business making corporate videos and taking professional pictures. So I'm here now at the International Women's Day and I've absolutely loved it. Seeing a lot of faces and seeing my work up on the big, like in a 5-foot stand. It was amazing. It really is amazing. And there's some lovely people that I'm working with today.
My name's Kaldeep Singh here.
And Harpreet Charan.
And what do you do?
I'm a project leader in vehicle programs.
And I'm an IT manager.
I was invited to represent the Sikh network, and as a follower of Sikh, I've got many women role models from the Sikh faith, and it was an opportunity for me to showcase these amazing role models, and that's why I'm here today.
Yeah, and I just supporting leadership as well in their vision to make JLR a really distinctive place to work, and that is building on the diversity and inclusion in JLR that we are promoting. So JLR will become, somewhere everybody wants to come and work here, and we attract the best talent in JLR because it really is a great place to work.
And how long have you been here?
5.5 years.
I've been here 12 years.
What advice do you have to give to people who are just joining?
Be your authentic self.
Be your authentic self.
JLR really allows us to be our authentic self, and we're supporting. Just what's going on here today is an example of how JLR as a business is supporting our people to be themselves and supporting great initiatives like International Women's Day, and we love it. We love it.
So I've joined many ACH calls. I think some of the initiatives that they do, especially when it comes to empowering women and just race and ethnic minorities, I think is amazing. I've networked with Tiffany Barnes since then. She's kind of my unofficial mentor, and but she's a great role model to have. We need more role models like Tiffany Barnes in this business, and thank you to ACH for just doing what we do.
So Hindu, Sikh.
So, yeah, we're different, and but we share a lot of culture, and that's where, like we say, with African culture, the whole of Africa shares a culture, but there's a lot of differences within that culture. It's the same with Sikhism and Hinduism.
Because in Hinduism there is something called as idol worship, which I feel Sikhism doesn't respect. But the bottom line remains the same, that so on an International Women's Day, the message from Hindu Network is it's not a day for women, it's a day for actually men to realize what wrong they are doing and are they really thinking on the right platform. So on a Women's Day, ideally we should have had more men promoting the event rather than women, how they want to bring women to a platform where they can truly call themselves as ambassadors of empowerment. Hinduism also as a way of life, not as a religion. We are not trying to impose anything on anyone. Okay, so we have started an initiative of sharing digital souvenirs, which are nothing but basically presentations of the cultures of the countries from where all our JLR colleagues come from. It's a platform to everyone to share about their cultures, and by that way people who are reading it get a chance to know about that country's culture, because everyone cannot visit every country in their lifetime. And for a successful organization to truly grow and prosper, they need to learn from cross-cultural sharings and learnings, because any one culture, I feel, cannot have good of every aspect. So if we are open-minded and are willing to learn from other cultures, then reading digital souvenirs of other cultures will help people understand what that country wants to bring to the platform. And if we try and show that zeal, enthusiasm to learn from different cultures, then we truly achieve what we call it as emotional cultural intelligence. And it goes in a long run to achieve the real satisfaction of people in their minds.
Yeah, so I'm Simon Greathead. So I'm a seating engineer at Jaguar Land Rover. I've been at Jaguar Land Rover 22 years ago, and a few weeks after joining I found out about the Christian group. That was when I was in Whitley, and I went along. I enjoyed it. It was meeting with Christians, praying and reading the Bible. After a few weeks of being there, the person who was leading unfortunately left the company, so they asked if anyone wanted to lead. I said, oh, okay, I'll give it a go. When we joined Land Rover as well, I found there was a Christian group there, so I've been leading it ever since. We've been having a great time. The last few years, diversity, equity and inclusion has become really important to Jaguar Land Rover, and so we've been getting lots of support from the company. So the network is growing, and we're doing more and more events, and we're having really good times.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Pamela. I am a Scrum Master in AED. Today is International Women's Day. It's been such an amazing opportunity to come out and meet very talented and inspirational women. We've had a session in ADAS in AED in my building, and we're here in the Triangle for another one. The chief gave us flowers, which was really good. It's really inspirational to see JLR take this personally, and also to inform women what we're all doing here. This is the 112th Women's Day International Celebration. It's been on for over a decade, and I want to say this is really beautiful. Thank you.
So my name's Sophie Byrne. I work in Jaguar Land Rover Experience. I've been with JLR for 4 months. Not long. Technically a newbie.
So how have you found it so far?
Fantastic. Yeah, very inclusive, very welcoming, very dynamic. Yeah, enjoying every second.
And what were you doing before then?
So I've always worked in events, but in a different with different hats. So business management in events, or event management itself. Yes.
Can you tell us a bit more about Ride and Drive?
So basically, Ride and Drive is an opportunity for teams, small or large, to experience the cars firsthand. So we have a team of 17 instructors that are working with us today, or for this wave of events. So 8 days worth of drives, and within that, the members of the team, so internal teams, get to experience vehicles. They do an element of dynamic, high-speed track driving, and then also off-roading as well.
Oh, okay.
So it's getting them first-hand experience of the actual vehicles.
How do we sign up?
So basically, it is an initiative that can be arranged for any department, as long as there is budget there for it. So the LL6, LL5 will need to put that budget in place to spend on the people. Generally, towards the end of the quarter, there's some money left over in those people pots. It's up to the kind of senior management to arrange the events, and then we come in and...
Hi, my name is Otavio. I'm currently working at Global Product Strategy as product analyst, and I'm originally from Brazil, and I'm part of the REACH network at JLR. Right now we have a campaign going on which is helping putting together 10 of manual washing machines and support people in Johannesburg, to improve the experience on saving water, saving time, and being able to get more time to their family, and helping the community otherwise.
And how has the donations been so far?
The donations has been good, but there's still a long way to go. So if there's anyone who can help us, just scan the QR code and helping us getting to the target.
How would people get in touch with you if they needed to?
So you can find us in our Yammer group. So search for Reach on the Yammer page, which is now engaged. And you're going to be able to see all the events that we're putting together, keep posted, with everything that we do, and every achievement we can do at Reach. There's also SharePoint. If you go to the homepage, you'll be able to search for Reach as well and get to our SharePoint, which has more information, more contacts, and all the names that you can get in touch with.
Great.
Hi, my name is Ron Sue. I'm the business manager on the REACH committee. I've been with JLR for 27 years. It's been an amazing journey, and I think that's why after 27 years I'm still here. I've seen our business have come such a long way, and very encouraging. And regardless of network or any other network, I just want to say hooray to all of the amazing women in JLR, and also to say a big thank you for all of the amazing men in JLR who support and understand us.
Let's capture one of them.
Yeah, I just want to say Happy International Women's Day.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kemal. I'm working in JLR as a product owner, and it's happy to be here. I'm working with the really talented people around the organization, especially with you, Teddy as well. Around 1.5 years ago, and I joined the engineering delivery platform team, and from there I'm happily ever after been working here. It's a bit challenging, but every challenge comes with a reward, as we all know, and I think we are picking up the rewards one by one.
Into your job, what advice would you give to anybody that wants to?
Be flexible, be open-minded, and as well as be really kind of curious what you're doing, in the organizations and in our title, in our job area. The key thing is to be curious and always research the latest trends, which will get you whatever you need to be in the long term. The consistency as well.
Thank you.
Phon Chantisha หรือ Arun Sawat. When did I join JLR? I think it was in 2019.
You've done a lot of things with women, diversity and inclusion. Can you just talk briefly about your journey with that?
Within diversity, equality and inclusion, that is part of my passion and part of my belief, as I'm in diverse background myself, and I found that we are in the better position. However, so far it's still not good enough to have people with diverse background to be able to be their authentic self.
My name is Nicole and I work in purchasing for paint equipment.
And when did you join JLR?
I joined JLR in December 2022. It's been interesting. It's been a learning experience. It's been a lot of new experiences, and it's been a lot of finding my feet in a bigger organisation than the one I previously worked. So we are representing ACH today as part of International Women's Day. We have a designated channel within our network called Winning Women, which really champions women and the efforts that they put in all year round. Obviously today is a day to celebrate them, but we like to do it all throughout the year. We like to focus on inclusion and really promoting the African Caribbean culture, and also touching on other matters that are relevant to everyone, such as money matters and well-being.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, hi, my name is Dion. I'm based at Solihull. I'm currently working on the JEA project as a manufacturing process engineer. I've been with JLR 3 years now.
How do you find diversity, equity and inclusion?
I find that we still have some means to go, but it is rich in the enthusiasm to get there. There's opportunities available. It's just getting the information across that the opportunities are available and ensuring that we all have an equal right to be able to apply and get those opportunities.
How have you found International Women's Day?
I've absolutely loved being here, seeing the military choir, networking, talking to people, meeting new faces like Nicole. I feel like I've made actual friends today, which is nice.
Hi, my name's Nicole Harrison. I'm a vehicle programs manager at JLR. I've been here for 8 years. The journey's been tough. I mean, I think I've seen a lot of change in the space of 8 years. You know, when I started, the language and a lot of the relationships and how employees were treated weren't 100% correct and inclusive or diverse, and definitely not equitable. But I can see that there's been improvement. We've still got a long way to go. There's still a lot of work that needs to be done in terms of equity within the business, but I'm hopeful that it can be done.
Yep, so my name's Zoe. I'm one of the engagement leads for Women in Engineering.
And I'm Elodie Blanchard. I'm the external collaboration lead for Women to Shine.
I've been here just under 12
and I've been here for about 5 years now.
So Women in Engineering is a really good committee to be involved in, because we cover loads of different networks, work collaboratively with different networks, and we cover a lot of different departments. It's a really good way to meet new people, especially when you're coming in new to the business.
We're trying to inspire women to really reach out to each other and also know that they can grow within the business as well. It's really about including women, from every background into the network and be all together.
They can come and visit us on the stand today, sign up for it, or they can request access to our Yammer page and we can send them all the details and they can get involved however they want.
How have you found the International Women's Day so far?
It's been really good. It's been great to meet new people, network a little bit, and the talks have been really good.
There's been a lot of attendance, really. It was really nice to see a lot of different people, all the networks as well. I've learned a lot about the different networks. Really inspiring.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Lee Walker, and I'm the Director for Current Customer Quality, as well as the Executive Sponsor for the African Caribbean Heritage Network.
And so what inspired you to be the sponsor for the ACH network?
I think it was something I felt passionate about, and actually gave me a real great opportunity to meet people in the business that I wouldn't normally meet. So it's helped me to expand my network as I'm relatively new to the business. And I think I like the fact that we are looking to enhance the equality for all.
And how has your journey been so far with JLR?
Fantastic. I've loved it. I've been here 18 months now. I feel like I really belong. It's a place that I want to be. I love the way the culture is changing and the fact that we're celebrating so many different things.
How's the journey been with diversity, equity and inclusion since you joined?
It's a massive journey. I think it's really, we're on a path. We're certainly not there yet, but what I see is that every day we're doing something different and something better.
I see you're very inclusive because I knew you on the Walk and Talk. Can you talk a bit about Walk and Talk?
Yeah, I Walk and Talk is one of my passions, and mental health is also one of my passions. And I think, I use the Walk and Talk again to expand my network. That's how we met. It's a really good place to kind of break down the silos in the business.
Absolutely.
Because it's people that you wouldn't normally come into contact with day to day. And I've learned so much, and we share information and pass information on. It's a really excellent initiative, and I'm there all the time.
Can you greet us in German, since you speak some German?
Oh, mein Deutsch ist nicht so gut, so ich kann nicht so viel sprechen.
Okay, guten Morgen.
Morgen.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Dankeschön.
My name's Myra, and I work as a cell engineer and a scrum master. So I'm in powertrain. I've been at JLR for a year and a half now. I love working at JLR. I think it's amazing that we have the opportunity to celebrate days like this, like International Women's Day, to have network, to have Jen, to have, so I'm part of the Islamic Society network. We have multiple societies set up for anything you can think of, and it's just great to be a part of a culture that appreciates that.
Hi, my name is Tausif Mahmood Babar. I'm a senior cost engineer in Chassis. I've been in JLR for 9 years. It has been amazing. It is quite a funny job that I have. It has a lot of interaction with purchasing and suppliers, so there is no boring moment in my job.
How did you get into it?
I've been a cost engineer for about 12 years now. So I was a cost engineer in Rolls-Royce before I joined JLR. So the cost engineering department in Rolls-Royce actually vanished, and they basically decommissioned us. But I wanted to continue as a cost engineer in my career, so I joined JLR.
What would you say about the International Women's Day?
I think it is a very encouraging initiative. Basically, being a technical company, an engineering company, it is a fact that it is nationwide worry right now that women should work into STEM subjects, and it is being promoted nationally. So we should do something within our organization as well to promote that. And also, International Women's Day is to align women needs according to the company culture. So it is an encouraging initiative in my opinion.
Okay, thank you.
I'm Feba Churian. I work for the functional safety team in propulsion and controls, and I'm really happy to be a part of the propulsion network. I find it really, I really enjoyed the International Women's Day and the happenings that is around. Really glad to be here.
How long have you been with JLR?
Just 4 months.
Oh, that's good. How have you found the journey so far?
Yeah, really great.
All right.
I'm enjoying.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Peter. I work in the sustainability office. I'm responsible for decarbonization, looking at the levers that we can pull so that we reduce our impact on the climate. I also look at life cycle assessment, which is basically looking at the environmental impact of products from the extraction phase up to the production stage, up to the stage where we actually distribute the vehicles to the customers, as well as the end of life of that vehicle. I'm mostly involved in this work stream in terms of developing methodologies for calculation, as well as looking at future legislation, how they will impact the organization. I've been with JLR, it's coming to 1 year, 4 months now, and it's been an exciting journey, learning a lot of new things, meeting a lot of colleagues with different expertise, but most importantly, I've worked with apprenticeship in the different apprenticeship program in terms of mentoring them and also equipping them with training courses. I've enjoyed the Women's International Day, especially when they talked about psychological safety and some of the challenges that different people with different disabilities, including hidden disabilities, actually encounter, and how they manage to get around them, and the role that I can play in that space.
And how would you advise anybody who wants to get into your role? What would you tell them to do?
So I've always had a passionate for sustainability. I started my career in research and development, then I moved into consultants, where I was helping a lot of different companies along their sustainability journey. Then I joined JLR to focus more on how we can improve our supply chain.
What qualification did you have to be in what you're doing today?
I studied chemical engineering, and as I said, I was working in research and development. Then to top that, I got sort of more interested in sustainability, so I started to do courses that were more tailored to sustainability. One of the courses that I did was an MBA, which sort of rounded my skills, but I also focused more on business sustainability management, which helped quite a lot in terms of especially for strategy development, but also for engaging with different stakeholders.
Which country are you from originally?
I was born in Zimbabwe, and I came to the UK for further studies, and after further studies I started my journey as a research scientist. I can speak Shona, I can speak Ndebele.
Can you say hello, goodbye, thank you in Shona?
Hello is Makadi, bye is Tinotenda, bye-bye. Ndebele ili Cholanjan, that's how are you?
So one thing I really appreciate is when people look out for everyone else, and that includes new starters like me as well. So what I found to be very useful was when someone stopped by and took time from their own time to just explain to me what all the acronyms meant, because for me this is my first time at a big company, and to get up to speed with some of the acronyms, and in fact then to get up to speed with the things they're talking about, there's like 2 whole barriers there for me. So that was something that was challenging, definitely, in the first few days, but really friendly colleagues can really help you out. So it's all about just creating those connections and finding the right sort of person to be like, okay, look, can you help me with this? Because if you're struggling with something, you should definitely ask for help for it. And as Thomas said in our town hall meeting earlier today, the earlier the better. So I think that speaking up about something that you're struggling with the right people will really get you to a better place. Thank you.
This is my personal initiative towards learning, growing and sharing, and independent of any organization. You can find out my whys in the playlist. I tried to capture every network, but didn't get to speak to everyone. Not all recordings may have been used for various reasons, but I hope you have enjoyed this. If you'd like to join an independent network of agile practitioners, or you need support in any way, please feel free to reach out to me or comment COP. Until next time, catch you later, but don't throw yourselves. Smash it now, Gem. Subscribe to Tody Gold. Smash the Art of Living. Subscribe to Tody Gem. Together, let's change the world, one heartbeat at a time, with every word and smile. Thank you. Now, Gem, discover another smashing hangout. This time we're unraveling a culinary odyssey at Umami World Kitchen Buffet Restaurant. In the bustling tapestry of culinary delights, Umami World Kitchen Buffet Restaurant stands as a beacon of flavor, weaving together 100 diverse cross-cultural cuisines, including Chinese, Italian, Indian, and British dishes. It's a sheer gastronomic delight. Embark on a journey with us as we explore the savory symphony that is the ultimate world buffet where East meets West in a luxurious setting. Umami, often hailed as the fifth taste, alongside sweet, sour, bitter, and salty, is the essence of savory goodness. Umami World Kitchen Buffet Restaurant doesn't just serve dishes, it crafts experiences that elevate taste buds to new heights. Picture this, a menu that reads like a novel, each dish a chapter in the epic saga of umami. At Umami, experience is seamlessly blended with entertainment, like culinary storytellers narrating the origin and nuances of each dish with a flair that turns a simple meal into an epic saga. Imagine the Umami Symphony, for instance. It could rival a Beethoven composition. Layers of flavors dance on your palate, earthy mushrooms, aged parmesan, and the umami bomb, that is miso. It's like a gastronomic crescendo that leaves you wondering if you just tasted food or experienced a masterpiece. Now let's talk about the umami rolls, sushi creations that are as visually appealing as they are delicious, some with a touch of delicate seaweed, others adorned with bursts of color, each bite a harmonious blend of fresh fish, creamy avocado, and a secret umami-packed sauce. The sushi are a taste explosion that defies gravity, leaving your taste buds floating in umami-induced ecstasy. And who could forget the umami pizza? Pizza so succulent it practically begs you to write odes in its honor. It's not just pizza, it's a celebration of the umami gods, layered with melted cheese and genius, expertly cooked in wood-fired ovens, could turn even the most stoic food critic into a symphony conductor of flavors. The atmosphere at Umami World Kitchen Buffet Restaurant is nothing short of a culinary carnival. The decor, a playful blend of modern and traditional elements, sets the stage for a feast that's not just for the stomach but for the eyes too. The ambience is a testament to umami's commitment to creating an immersive experience that goes beyond the palate. With the steady streams of customers in the grand tapestry of culinary exploration, Umami World Kitchen Buffet Restaurant is a thread that weaves together art and the elusive fifth taste into a dining experience. So the next time you're in the mood for a symphony of flavors, head to Umami, where each bite is a note in the delicious melody of umami goodness. Okay, maybe I exaggerated a bit, but you can listen to some testimonials from the Smashing Unicorn squad.
Sorry?
What was the best part for you?
Of what, the meal?
Yes.
I think probably Asian noodles and the flavours of those. And of course the company.
Hearing one Kiritan.
My favorite dish here, I don't know, I would go with pork ribs.
The pork ribs.
I love pork ribs, but we have quite a variety in here. It's like soy sauce, like barbecue. Very nice.
Shaheen?
For me, it was the Asian mix mostly. The noodles, the beef, especially, it was really good. It was cooked properly. They usually go overcooked and stuff, but it was really good. Yeah.
What about butter chicken?
Don't go to the Indian section. Ice cream. With chocolates, fountain.
Okay. I saw you eating a lot of seaweed.
Yes, that's one is great. So that's why I went to find.
Visit their website www.umamirestaurants.co.uk and find out about the latest news, offers, and special events. Now, Gem, catch you in the future without any slip-ups or banana peels. Gem, be smashing. Smash it now, Gem. Subscribe to Tody Gem. Be smashing. Subscribe to Tody Gold. Join our community on Facebook. Now, Gem, all life matters. I alone cannot change the world, but I can cast a stone across the waters to create many ripples. Together, let's change the world, one word at a time. Thanks for watching. When can foggy be beautiful? When you're walking with smashing connections. Now, Gem, discover smashing walks. Do you know the village that in November 1605, a group of men, including Robert Catesby, who had been involved in the gunpowder plot, passed through while fleeing from London after the arrest of Guy Fawkes on their way to Wales via Warwick Castle to steal fresh horses after meeting at Dunchurch near Rugby? Well, it's called Weston under Weatherly, often known by locals as just Weston. Weston under Weatherly is a small village and civil parish in Warwickshire, England, on the B4453, 4 miles northeast of Royal Leamington Spa. According to the 2011 census, Weston has a population of 468 people living in 164 houses. The Conservative Party politician Dudley Smith is one of the best known people to have lived in Weston under Weatherly. Source: Wikipedia. And guess what? There is not a single shop nor pub in Weston, which is unusual for most settlements that size in the UK. The last shop was actually demolished in the 1990s and the pub was closed in 2014. I did a 3-hour walk of about 16,000 steps on a Saturday with some smashing connections, Andy and Helen. We did a loop through Starting, a small hamlet about half a mile from Stoneleigh Park between Leamington Spa and Coventry. All in all, it was a smashing hangout. You can try this either alone, in a group, or with your family. Visit Weston under Weatherly or Starting. Thanks for watching. Catch you later, but don't throw yourselves. Now, Gem, be smashing. Smash it now, Gem. Subscribe to Tody Gem. Be smashing. Subscribe to Tody Gold. Join our community on Facebook. Now, Gem, all life matters. I alone cannot change the world, but I can cast a stone across the waters to create many ripples. Together, let's change the world, one word at a time. Thanks for watching. Hey now, Gem. Welcome to Smashing Connections, and today we're going to Spain. Hi, Alberto. Could you please introduce yourself?
Yes, I'm Alberto Garcia. I'm from Spain. I work here at JLR. At JLR Robert now as a product owner in the systems engineering space, looking at requirements management for engineering.
So you come from Spain. Can you say hello in Spanish?
Hola. Buenos días.
Buenos días. So how do you say goodbye in Spanish?
Adios.
Okay. Can you tell me some fun facts about Spain?
One of the good things of Spain, obviously, is the good weather, good food. People are very social and very sympathetic. Something fun, I guess, is that we like to take like a nap in the middle of the day called siesta. A lot of people in the companies would work from maybe 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. Then you have like a break of 2 hours where people go to sleep and take a nap or whatever, and then they come back to work, and that's why they we also have dinner very late as a result of that.
Mm-hmm. So do you still have late dinners?
Yeah, I'm trying to improve here a bit. The best that I can make is like 9 o'clock. Like before that is almost impossible. Only when we have team dinners. Obviously, when I'm with the rest of the team, then I have to adapt, but it's difficult.
What's your favorite dish?
I like paella, which is like a Spanish rice. I don't know if you've seen like the yellow rice with meat, peppers. It's quite good. I love that. I like rice. What is yours?
I like yam. Have you heard of yam?
No.
Okay, so yam is like a big potato. It's basically Nigerian.
Nice.
So you can have it with eggs. You can make it into like a pottage. And I love beans as well. So you can mix it with beans as well. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I need to try it. You need to...
Maybe one of these days you should come for our bring and share.
Yeah.
Yeah. We could actually have one.
Yeah. I'll bring some paella from Spain.
Which places would you recommend in Spain?
I think the most famous from everyone is Barcelona. Like everyone likes it as a tourist, or Mallorca as an island. But I would recommend going to so there is a region in the south called Andalusia.
Okay.
And you have it's a mix of cultures, like Arabic cultures with Spanish culture. It's really beautiful, like places like Seville within that region, Cordoba. You can see the mix of cultures in the buildings, people. So it's really nice to visit. I'm from the north, which is not very touristic. It's similar to Cornwall, I would say. The landscape is very green. It rains and the weather is not as great as in the rest of Spain, but it's still, if you like hiking or surfing, it's really nice place.
So what do you do when you're not at work?
On Sundays I like to go like hiking or just walking around towns with friends. When I'm not at work, like during the week, I like to play football, be active. I like also to play the guitar.
That's interesting.
Not very good, but I like it. I like a lot. And then normal, I don't know, going to the gym, running, and stay with friends as well. Yeah.
Okay. So Sundays are the only free days you have?
No, also Fridays and Saturday. Normally Friday I go for dinner with friends, or in London as well, quite often. Yeah, Sundays is normally when I have time to chill and visit places.
So do you have many friends?
Yeah, I have many in Spain. Also, here I have a lot of Spanish friends as well, English friends. I was playing football in the past, and that's why I get to know many people from England as well by playing football, playing in teams. And now I still catch up with them, go for coffee or dinner sometimes in Edmonton.
I think that's later.
In the past, I was, dancing salsa, doing salsa lessons, and I haven't done that for a while. But I'm planning to start at some point as well with that, start again and catch up. And then other than that, it's more sport related, going for a run or playing football or maybe visiting friends. It's more those kind of things.
As the PO, well, to be, what would you recommend to the team, best practices for an agile team?
So I think it's important to have a clear objective, and that's when I can help the team to give them clear objective and clear sprint goals for the sprint, and then a mix between being able to innovate, to have the flexibility to explore solutions. So I think it's important that we don't give them a prescribed task. We give them a business problem that they can use their skills and their innovative thinking solve the way they want, with also the delivery in mind. So we have customers, we have to deliver against their needs, and we have to be very mindful of the timelines that we have when developing our products.
Okay, that's great. Well, back to you as a person. So if I was to want to visit Spain, are there places you tell me to avoid or things you'd advise me to avoid?
I would say not really. Like I would recommend to just go on the streets, have a walk, explore the vibes. Obviously do the touristic stuff of, you know, going to museums, sightseeing, but also like mixing with the locals. I think everyone is quite friendly. Obviously, if you go to the outskirts of a big city at night, then you might have some, hopefully not, but there's always the risks. But similar with here, maybe in big cities, if you go to places that are very dark at night, so try to avoid those bits at night, but then walk around, talk to people, mix with them, and I think you'll enjoy the Spanish culture.
I would say you've been in the UK for some time now.
Yeah.
When did you move to the UK?
In 2018.
And what do you like about the UK?
I like that it's a very, very multicultural place. So it's, you know, when I was in Spain as a child, I was in a small town, so I grew up with people similar to me. So they were all Spanish, we all come from a small town, we had similar ways of thinking. When I came to the UK, it broadened my perspective. I was able to meet people from different cultures, see how they think differently, do different things. I learned a lot of things from multiple cultures. Some of them I've incorporated into my daily routine. And I think that's the main thing that I liked from the UK. Obviously, also the job opportunities that you can find here, the flexibility that they give you at work, the opportunities to grow. I think also that are very, very cool. The only thing that I don't like as much as in Spain is the food and the weather. But in the summer it's not as bad.
So what would you say to anyone planning to move to the UK from Spain?
I would say that they just give it a try, and that they come here with the mindset of absorbing and learning. Obviously, it doesn't make sense for you to come and compare between the two countries when you come, because then obviously when you compare, you try to think of the stuff that you don't have, and you give it importance, like, I don't know, the food, the weather. So we recommend them just to come, try and mix with culture, because that's what it makes you grow as a person as well. If you always try to be the same as you've been, then it's impossible for you to improve.
That's true. So what have you learned personally since coming to the...
One of the things that I've learned since I come to the UK is, it might sound stupid, but it's also to enjoy being alone, and that made me self-reflect about myself, not panic because I'm alone. I was very used to be with my family. If I was in my small hometown and I felt lonely, I just go out and I met everyone, I knew everyone. I came here and suddenly I own a lot of spaces within the day. I was not meeting anyone, but that made me also, I think, stronger in the inside. I learned from it. Now I value more when I'm with people. I open myself more as well.
So have you got favorite hangouts? I mean, places where you like visiting or hanging out?
In the UK?
Yeah.
Yeah, in the UK, I love Cornwall. I think that's my favorite place in the UK. I try to go like once or twice a year. Go there and hiking on the nature. And if the weather is not too bad, we go to the beach, do surfing as well. I like London as well, so my girlfriend lives there. So I go there, I'm visiting often. It's a mix of feelings. I don't like big cities, but I think in London it's quite nice because you have many choices, again, from different cultures. So if I feel like I miss something from, I don't know, my Spanish culture, I can quickly go there and find it there, as well as other different stuff.
That's very nice. Is there like a Spanish community?
A Spanish and Latin American community in Leamington. So there's a lot of people from Latin America and Spain that came, especially to this area, to Leamington, because you have a lot of industry here, like JLR, but also Aston Martin and all of the suppliers. So yeah, we have a big WhatsApp group, and we organize every 4-6 months a party where a lot of people come from even the towns near Leamington, and we do like a big dinner, like a bar, and then we dance there and we party there. It's quite nice. And yeah.
So what do you need to do to join the community?
I think it's more from person to person. When I was playing football, I met one Spanish guy, and he told me, well, we have this Spanish community, and they add me to the WhatsApp, so anyone that can be part of it, I can always add them to the WhatsApp group.
I'm sure some people might be interested.
Yeah.
So I'll get the link from you.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I'm going into gory stuff. So have you got a bucket list of things you'd like to do before you die?
Well, that's a big question. Visiting Africa, that's my next, like my dream, and Asia as well. Primarily is exploring new places.
Suggests another PO, maybe someone who's new. How would you suggest that they keep the team motivated?
I think it's important to understand skill set of the team and give them flexibility to do it their own way. So I'm always quite open to just give the team a business problem that we have and a bit of a voice of the customer, so getting them in touch with our in our case with our users. I think for me is to make them aware that they are solving a business problem, something that is going to have a huge impact, so that motivates itself, but also giving them full flexibility to explore new solutions, even if it's very crazy, but giving them that flexibility when they develop.
How did you get into what you're doing today?
So I came to JLR as a graduate. As part of a graduate program, I was working in vehicle program management. So what we do there is basically we have a vehicle. In my case was the Jaguar E-Pace. And we support the development of that vehicle from the strategy phase through the engineering and to launch to manufacturing. So I started as a graduate. I was also doing some placements across the companies. I went to purchasing, ADAS as well, and manufacturing, launch. And then when I finished that, I went on engineering change management, basically managing changes on vehicles and approving them on time. When the EDP program started, I was offered if I wanted to do change management in a more larger scale, which is this huge transformation program that we are doing. I think it was good for my development. So I joined as a business analyst, and my role was going out the business, gather use cases, put them onto the development team so that they can develop the solutions. I was doing that for systems engineering, but from them I became, within the engineering delivery department, I became the chapter lead for analysts. I was coaching a group of VAs, not just in our space, but in the bill of materials, CAD, CAEs, on multiple spaces, on best practices as to how to analyze needs from the business. Now, more or less, and from now on, I've been offered the possibility to become the product owner for a development team. So it's more focused on refining capability, refining the backlog, and engaging and making sure that we develop capability that satisfies the needs of the customers.
How would you explain use cases to a child?
So how I always say it is in a very simple word, and I like that you mentioned the child word, but basically you have a business problem, which is I don't know how to do this, I want to change something in a tool, for example, in the way we work. So the use case is the end result of that, but first you go to that customer or to multiple customers. It's like a an interview process, if you want, ask what is it not working for you, what problems do you have, what can we help in this space, and they normally give you what they want straight away. So if I tell you, okay, Toddy, what do you, for example, if you want to come to the office, what do you need, and you straight reply to me, well, I need a car. But that's what you want a car, and that's when we do like a bit of a 5 whys analysis, which is asking why. It might be that you tell me I want a car because I want to come to the office. Why do you need a car? Well, because I live in Coventry and I want to come work. And why do you live in Coventry? Maybe because the houses in Gaydon are very expensive, so you cannot walk in from Gaydon into the office. So that's what it forms the use case. So then the use case would be as a JLR employee, in this case, or Toddy, I want to come to Gaydon every day so that I can do my work and meet my colleagues. So that's the use case, is that, but obviously it comes from an analysis of what do you want and what do you need in order to do your job. And then the result is a use case that, I think back to my previous point, it needs to be agnostic of a solution, tool agnostic, so that we give that to the developers and they are able to innovate. So a use case represents a business need that is tool agnostic.
Okay. You work with developers a lot. What are the anti-patterns that you've noticed? You know what an anti-pattern is, right?
If you can elaborate on that, sorry.
So an anti-pattern is something that someone does that is not best practice, or that doesn't align with what they are expected to do.
In terms of our developers, I think they are quite good also. Is if you give them a very weak problem statement or a very weak use case, they might go too quick on develop something that doesn't necessarily satisfy. In most cases, when you see anti-patterns from developers, it's because, in this case, myself as a PO, we haven't done a very good job in giving them the use cases that they need to be able to put boundaries, to scope their solutions so that they meet the customer needs. So in some cases in the past, we've ended up with solutions that don't necessarily resolve a business problem, and that's been a result of, again, if you try to look for the root cause, it might be because either we didn't define very well the problem at the beginning, or there was some miscommunication between teams.
Okay, so what did you study? What are the things that are required to get into your line of work? So maybe someone who dreams of being a PO, what do they need to have to be like you?
Hopefully better than me. Yes, I studied engineering in Spain because I'm very curious about problem solving, and I think that's the skill that a PO need to have, some facilitating life of customers. Since the start of my career, I was very keen on problem solving, so I became certified in Six Sigma, which is a framework for problem solving that coaches you on how to define problem well, and that's probably the business analysis part of it. But then it also gives you a very good toolkit to analyze those problems that you've defined, use data. I think that's something that is very key. We are not using as much maybe in our squads. We analyze mainly based on speaking to customers, but something that we need to implement as we go forward is to make that analysis more based on data, and that's what this technique tells you. And then so it's define, analyze, and improve, which is once you analyze, what can you improve, what are the improvements that you can make. So and I became very fascinated by that methodology. It's called Six Sigma. And then I think it's general problem solving skill. Stakeholder management will help you if you're interested in that and solving business problems.
We have a community of practice for Scrum Masters. Do you know of any existing one for product owners?
It's a good question. I don't think so, or I haven't heard of it. But I think it'd be important to, and maybe that's something that we can explore locally first, and then see if we can expand business-wide. But I think it'd be good to have like a small community of product owners, so we can learn from not just in the MBSC domain, but across every domain EDP, so we can share best practices amongst. Obviously, if we can expand that, be business-wide as it is with the Scrum Masters, product owners are doing, and if we can implement that in the squads, then the better. I think that's a great idea.
You read engineering. Are there resources that you used, like maybe books, maybe there's a channel that you know?
I think something that helped me at the beginning of my career, I had the opportunity to have it through my graduate scheme, but I think it's also available to everyone at JLR, is to have a mentor. So my mentor helped me articulate where I wanted to go, find gaps where I could develop. He was coaching me and saying, well, have you, in my case, I was very interested in problem solving. So he was coaching me and guiding me, okay, you could do this to expand your knowledge. And that's when I became more interested about Six Sigma, agile methodologies. Having a mentor is quite important. As having someone experienced that you can talk to and he can advise and coach you, I think, at the earliest stage of your career. I also became a mentor, so I'm mentoring junior engineers as well in the company and trying to help others the same way that others helped me. But there is a whole mentoring scheme at JLR. I don't think everyone is aware of it. It hasn't been as much communicated. Instead, I recommend people to, if they want to grow in their career, to get in touch with a mentor that will massively help them.
Very much, Albert. I really appreciate it.
No, thanks, Toddy.
Cheers. Bye.
Thank you.
Smash it now, Gem. Subscribe to Toddy Gem. Be smashing. Subscribe to Toddy Gold. Join our community on Facebook. Now Gem All Life Matters. I alone cannot change the world, but I can cast a stone across the waters to create many ripples. Together, let's change the world, one word at a time. Thanks for watching. Hey now, Gem. May I invite you to another smashing hangout at Stonehenge. Stonehenge is located on Salisbury Plain in Wiltshire, England, and is one of the most famous prehistoric monuments in the world. It became a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1986. Stonehenge was constructed in several phases over a span of about 1,500 years, with the earliest phase dating back to around 3,100. Can you notice Airman's Cross? This cross was erected in memory of two pioneering airmen. When you get into Stonehenge, the first thing you see are the toilets, and be prepared for the queues as well.
You can bring your own picnic, but if you decide to go into the Arctic Cafe, don't forget to try the famous rock cakes, soup, and a variety of other things.
Look out for the Neolithic houses. And there are shuttle buses as well that operate every 5 minutes to get you to the stones, or you can decide to enjoy the 30-minute walk and take in the lovely scenery. Did you notice the caravans? It seems to be a popular destination for holidaymakers as we approach the designated paths to the stone circle. The stone circle used to be very accessible to every other person, but now they are cordoned off. Did you see the mounds? They were said to be burial places for ancient people. Stonehenge is a prehistoric temple. The stones are aligned with the movements of the sun. It's a masterpiece of engineering built by sophisticated
people.
The purpose of Stonehenge is lost to us, and they're still trying to decipher it. Some of the stones, known as the blue stones, were transported from Wales about 150 miles away.
During the summer solstice, the rising sun aligns with the hill stone and altar stone, creating a spectacular visual effect. Stonehenge is part of a larger archaeological landscape, including burial mounds, avenues, and other features.
Stonehenge is often associated with religious and ceremonial practices. It's a sacred enclosure, spectacular sun circle, and evolving structure.
You can watch the videos to have a glimpse of how the ancients used to live in the past. So this is an ancient village. There are many things you can do at Stonehenge. You can explore the visitor center. You can take a guided tour. Or you can walk the stone circle path. Or visit the Neolithic houses. You can attend summer solstice celebrations or join archaeological events. Or simply enjoy the landscape or participate in workshops as well. Can you see the cursor's barrows? Today, the remains of the monuments are preserved within the Stonehenge
World Heritage Site. Stonehenge has a lovely landscape. You can go out and explore this unique landscape following in the footsteps of our prehistoric ancestors. There used to be early farmers who grew crops and kept livestock, magically changing the appearance of Stonehenge landscape. In 3700 BC, the winter-born Stoke-Long Barrow were long mounds with parallel ditches on either side, constructed as burial places for the dead. The enormous rectangular enclosure might have been special routes or barriers across the landscape, but no one is sure. You can begin your visit by exploring Stonehenge Visitor Center to learn about the history and significance of the monument through exhibitions and interactive displays. Thanks for watching. Smash it now, Gem. Subscribe to Todi Gem. Be smashing. Subscribe to Todi Gold. Join our community on Facebook. Now Gem, all life matters. I alone cannot change the world, but I can cast a stone across the waters to create many ripples. Together, let's change the world, one word at a time.
We will see inside.
Now, gems, I believe in God as a creator. I'm not asking for anyone else, or you for that matter, to believe or agree with me that we were created by God, because I know that we all exist for a purpose and we have our reason for holding on to whatever we believe in. I'm just here to share because I believe we all have a right to be heard in conversations where we all can sit together, perhaps in one room, reason together in spite of our differences, and be represented, not with the aim to change others or because we want them to love us, although that would be greatly appreciated because it does feel good to be listened to. Now, have you taken a walk outside, looked into the sky, and ever wondered how the sun comes out every day on a schedule without a prompt? Could this be accidental, like the Big Bang Theory proposes? I work in a creative industry and I know the effort it takes just to make a component of a car, let alone build a whole one. I know how a lot of synchronization takes place, and yet sometimes we produce faulty things, which is why I'm still on my job today, because things go wrong. And this is just a microcosm of what humans are producing. Now think of the billions of people that inhabit the earth, existing to contribute to the world, and the other tiny details. That brings me to a fundamental belief in a creator who is intentional, believes in diversity and collaboration. I know you may think I'm weird, but I believe in songs. I believe that, like pictures, they paint 1,000 words. And so I'll be singing a cappella, which means without any instruments. And don't expect me to be Whitney Houston. So here I go. When I look to the heavens, to the great celestial expanse, God sits there unchanging. Who dare to think it's my chance? Science ponders the questions, odds to adding a few, hypothetical answers never give the credit where it's due. But I know in my heart there's a God behind it all. And what's more amazing, he answers when I call. Who am I that you have cared for me? Who am I that you have cared for me? God has measured the distance, a universe without end. I'm grateful for my existence. Even more, my maker is my friend. Can this mortal replanet, ending the meat of the way? May the one who began it be the God we worship and obey. But I know in my heart there's a God behind it all. And what's more amazing, he answers when I call. Who am I that you should care for me? Who am I that you should care for me? Eagles and seas cry, there's nothing compared to you. All the infinite wisdom creation displays of you. Well, I know in my heart there's a God behind it all.
And what's more amazing, he answers when I call. Who am I that you should care for me? Who am I that you have cared for me? Who am I that you should care for me? Who am I that you have cared for me? Well, that's the bottom line. I embrace a God who is the author of everything diverse, but promotes equity and inclusion. Do you agree? What do you think? I'm eager to hear from you. Bottom line, why shouldn't I embrace a God who is the author of everything diverse, but promotes equity and inclusion? Do you agree? What do you think? Now, Jem, be smashing. Let's connect. Thank you. Comment happy to connect on your social media handles on this video and follow interested people in the comment section. If everybody does the same, the chain will grow. Together, we can heal the world, make it a better place for you and me and the entire human race. Let us change our world one word at a time. Just do it. Now, Jem, smash it. I look forward to getting better every day in every way too. Now, Jem, be smashing. Together, let's smash it.
Smash the art of living at Todi Gem. I alone cannot change the world, but I can cast a stone across the water to create many ripples. Smash it now, Gem. Subscribe to Todi Gold. Be smashing. Subscribe to Todi Gem and connect on social media. Follow us on Facebook. Join the conversation on Now Gem All Life Matters. Let's change our world, one little heartbeat at a time, with every word and smile. Thank you.
Hey now, Jem. The people who are crazy enough to think they can change the world are the ones who do. I love connecting with people. Here's why. The most important things in life are the connections you make with others. I love supporting others because we cannot live only for ourselves. 1,000 fibers connect us with our fellow men, and among those fibers, as along sympathetic threads, our actions run as causes, and they come back to us as effects. I have very simple strategies to impact my world through smashing communication. Communication is the solvent of all problems and is the foundation for personal development. Great communication begins with connection. My mission in life is not merely to survive, but to thrive, and to do so with some passion, some compassion, some humor, and some style. I'm Todi. I am an explorer, discoverer of life, a pilgrim on paths less trodden. I am not Beyonce or Kim Kardashian, so I probably need to introduce myself. Find snapshots of me in my habitat doing what I love to do best in the playlist. I've probably been there, so I may speak your language or connect you with someone who does. I enjoy chatting, finding out ways to make an impact, connecting with smashing people who desire to contribute in their own unique ways to impact the world positively. When I meet people, my question to myself is, how can this life be better because of me? So make my day, connect with me. Let's network and share how to start, improve and grow together in various fields, areas, careers. Talking about our experiences helps others. I create groups because I have a passion to smash negativity and smash suicide. I'll send a list of my groups below in the comment. Why not smash the art of living? Look after our all-round well-being, physically, emotionally, occupationally, financially, intellectually, socially, spiritually. Live and let live. Let's connect with others, bearing in mind that I am just like you, human, fallible, and unique, so I respect you just the way you are. Can you do the same for me and others? If you'd like to grow your network,
Here's a simple place to start. Comment happy to connect on your social media handles on this video and follow interested people in the comment section. If everybody does the same, the chain will grow. Together, we can heal the world, make it a better place for you and me and the entire human race. Let us change our world one word at a time. Just do it. Now, Jem, smash it. I look forward to getting better every day in every way too. Now, Jem, be smashing. Together, let's smash it. Smash the art of living at Todi Gem. I alone cannot change the world, but I can cast a stone across the water to create many ripples. Smash it now, Gem. Subscribe to Todi Gold. Be smashing. Subscribe to Todi Gem and connect on social media. Follow us on Facebook. Join the conversation on Now Gem All Life Matters. Let's change our world, one little heartbeat at a time, with every word and smile. Thank you. Now, Gem, do you know delivering story points doesn't mean delivering value? Meet Rob Williams, an agile coach in JLR. Hi, Rob. Hi, Todi. Hi,
you can edit.
Thanks for agreeing to this session. So, as usual, I'll be picking your brain. If you don't mind, could you please introduce yourself?
Sure. My name is Rob Williams. I'm an agile coach within JLR, specifically a department called Digital Engineering Capability.
And how long have you been an agile coach for?
I've been a Scrum Master since about 2010. When did I become an agile coach? I don't know the exact date. It's been probably 5-6 years ago between the difference between a Scrum Master and a coach.
Okay, so how would you explain being an agile coach to a child?
The simplest way I explain my job to somebody is I help people identify inefficiencies and help them identify actions to improve their efficiency in adherence to what the agile values and principles are.
So in simple terms, what's agile?
Agile, noun and verb, different things. The noun agile is all about being able to respond quickly to changing situations. In the agile implementations we see across product development, it manifested itself back in the 90s, well 2001 officially, when they founders of the Agile Manifesto wrote down 4 values and 12 principles. So there are 1 mindset, 4 values, 12 principles, and then an industry exploded into practices and tools, and they just get bigger and bigger. So there are, 20, 30 practices and then 1 million different tools you could use to implement that. But the key thing is, for me, about Agile, it's not about the tools, it's not really about practices, it's at least tying yourself to the principles and the values, which actually ultimately makes you have the right mindset to deliver product to your customer.
Thanks. So how have you helped JLR so far? I mean, in terms of value, what value have you given to the company, would you say?
I feel like I'm being interviewed by HR to save my job. First off, my first responsibility was introducing Agile. I came into a department that had no idea what it was. So I helped transform it from what was a traditional, so say, waterfall, whatever you want to call it, but where you agree the goals, the requirements, up front, you agree the test cases before you do any work, etc., etc. They were struggling to deliver their product to the point that the company was in question about whether the product was worth it. So my first accountability was to quickly transform the department so that we could quickly demonstrate value delivery to our customer. So that involved literally everyone's role changing and their accountability changing. That was 2017, 18, I think, end of 18. Since we've started that transformation, it's all now, my contributions are now about incremental improvements to the way we work. And we're constantly making those changes. So more recently, I've moved into a more, and this is more the coach side, that was more around Scrum Mastering, implementing Scrum, coaching people in Scrum, running Scrum, then at a bit at scale, but I was still a Scrum Master at scale. But now I've moved more into, I've run out of capacity myself, so I need to build capacity in the Agile coaching realm and Scrum Master realm. So I've been building a team over the last 3 or 4 years, and my job now, actually, contribution is building that team into a world-class team. So I'm even less needed, ultimately. That's the ambition.
That's very good. And I think I would like to support you in that. So, well, basically, I also have caught a vision, and I'm thinking, I want to contribute actually to organizational learning. And, you know, I've gained so much from talking to you because I think you're a wonderful gem. So I thought it would be great to let other people share the knowledge. Apart from Agile, let's get to know you. Where in the UK are you from?
Where am I from? Originally London. So I lived in London for about 20 years. So I was born and bred London.
Well, where do you live now?
In the Cotswolds. So not a city. Just about half an hour from work in the country.
Can you tell me 5 fun facts about you?
Okay. I am an avid winter sports fan. I like snowboarding, in plain English. Specifically, I like disappearing into the backcountry. So that's getting off the motorways, should we say, the pistes. I like to take a hike and disappear somewhere else. That's what motivates me. And then not see anybody, ride with my friends, and just have fun. When I'm not doing that, I was, and I hopefully would like to restart. I like walking. Me and one of my friends like walking. And we were pre-COVID, and I'll get to the next reason why it's also paused. Attempting to walk around the length of the United Kingdom.
Wow.
So we got about halfway around, and then COVID kicked in. Then I had 2 children, which is another thing. So something about me, I've got 2 young children. 2 under 2 was the phrase.
Wow.
They're not under 2 at the moment, but they were obviously at one point. But the gap between is less than 2 years. I'm a bit out of practice.
Yeah.
I did used to try to do the Telegraph cryptic crossword every day, but I'm not very good at it. I would probably get about half of it, and then wait till the following day when they reveal the answers, and then try to understand why. Which ties me into, I think this is the 5th point. I love learning. I don't know, you can hopefully see on there, that's just full of books. And I just like reading books and learning.
It's interesting how you said you like walking with people as well.
Well, actually, it's one particular person. So someone I need to live with. It's just him and I. We go for a walk. And because it's the UK, you don't tend to end up nowhere. You tend to end up at a town or a village, pretty much at breakfast, lunch and dinner. And let's just say you eat and drink a lot.
I love walking too. So do you have any favorite cuisines?
Food. I like variation. I like to try random things. So if I haven't tried something, I'll probably try. I would probably, or if my favourite meal, which I can't even think of right now because it changes, was on the menu, and there was another meal that wasn't quite the same, that I'd never had, I would probably order the thing I'd never had just because I hadn't had it.
So you like trying new dishes, basically?
I like to know that what I think is the best is the best. Otherwise, how do I know it's the best? Otherwise, I'd only ever try one meal.
So which is the one, what's your comfort meal?
pizzas are always an easy go-to, right? But then so's curry. But then if it's a Sunday, it's a Sunday roast. Or if it's a Friday, it's fish and chips. So I don't know. I mean, it depends. Depends where I am and what time of day it is.
You said you walk a lot. Where would you recommend for like someone who's new in the UK to walk?
Depending on your fitness, I'm going to assume you've got a reasonably good fitness level, but the Southwest Coast Path is amazing. Right, it's really well signposted, it's really well populated, so you don't really get stuck between places. It's beautiful. Don't go in the middle of the summer because it's just too hot. Go in the spring and the autumn.
So do you miss London?
No, not really. No, because I used to live in Bristol as well, so I've gone from like London, big city, Bristol, smaller city, and I've gone to quite a medium town in the Cotswolds. So, and I'm on a train line to London, so and Oxford and Worcester and all that. So it's not that bad. But no, I don't actually miss it. No. I'm not a fan of crowds, if I'm honest.
Have you travelled out of the UK before?
I have, for my snowboarding primarily.
Okay, so where do you go when you go snowboarding?
The normal go-to place was France. So now we're actually deciding, I've got another circle of friends who I tend to go with. We've decided Austria is now the go-to place.
Oh, so you're going to Austria this year then?
We went already in January.
Wow. How many days did you spend there?
We called it a long weekend, but it was Wednesday to Monday. It was a very long weekend.
So have you got a bucket list of things you'd like to do before you die? Sorry, I'm using the word die.
Like I said, I'm halfway around the UK. I'd actually like to finish that off. I'd like to go back to Japan for my snowboarding again. I'd like to snowboard in the Southern Hemisphere. Particularly there's one place, so Chile. Chile has a ski resort on an active volcano. That would be quite cool. What else? I'm not one for just randomly travelling. I have to travel for a reason.
Okay. So it could be to meet up with friends, or what are the major reasons for traveling for you?
It has to be social. It has to be an activity-based thing. I can't sit on a beach. I get bored. I have to have something to do. So if I'm going somewhere, I've normally got activities in the pipeline.
Did you have a favorite subject in school? Let's move on to your career and find out how you got to where you got to.
Maths. I love maths. I really do.
So how would you? So we're on a mission to find out how to make maths interesting for teenagers.
Yeah.
So, I mean, how would we walk around that? What would you recommend?
Yeah, I would say maths in itself is probably, I get it, right? Well, you're asking me to add two random numbers together, and so what? And it's the so what that matters.
Exactly.
You need to be able to do this so that you understand, can I afford to buy this and run the house and whatever, right? So maths in itself with no purpose, I get it, it'd be really boring, right? But if you say I'm going to do this so that I'm able to make decisions about something, so if you could put a purpose to why you're asking someone to do it, then that's a nice motivation to learn that skill.
You've mentioned what Agile is in simple terms. How did you get into Agile, and how do people get into being an Agile coach?
I'll try and tell you the very short story of how I did it.
Okay.
I'm not sure how other people, I guess we'll work that out when we get to the end. Like I say, I liked maths, right? I probably liked maths because I had a purpose, and the purpose was when I was 8 or 9, something like that. I used to watch the Formula 1 with my dad every Sunday, and I said, my dad was like, well, why don't you go, you love it, why don't you try and work out how you can go and get a job for them? So I wrote, as an 8 or 9-year-old, I wrote a letter to Williams' Formula 1 team. This was back in the 1980s, right? I'm telling you I'm a bit older. But at that time, the chief engineer technical director, I'm not even sure what his title was actually at that time, was a guy called Patrick Head. So for anyone who knows Formula One back in the day, Sir Frank and Patrick had the world-class winning Formula One cars for a very long time, and he was like, he was what people know Adrian Newey today. Patrick Head was his equivalent back in the 90s. And I got a handwritten letter back from Patrick Head saying, "Hello Rob, right, you want to do this? Do you want to get into our careers? You want to help Williams Formula One? You need to do maths, you need to do physics, you need to do aeronautical engineering at university." So as an 8-year-old, I was pretty sorted for education, up to 22.
Wow.
I was like, this is brilliant. School is easy because I have a purpose. I know exactly what I want to do, and I know exactly what subjects I've got to focus on, and I know exactly why I'm doing it. So for me, I loved school. I thought it was brilliant. I knew exactly why I was going there. I knew exactly why I was learning these subjects, because I had a career I wanted to get into at 8. And I acknowledge I'm an unusual case then. So that got me aeronautical engineering degree. My first job was at Kinetic, which is it was the privatised arm of the government research, military research. And my first job was running computational fluid dynamics, so for Airbus, analysing the Airbus wings and how efficient they flew. And it was manual. I had to mesh them up, create little meshes on them, and then run them through the computer to tell me how well they flew. And after about 4 times of doing this, I thought, this is repeating myself. I can get a computer to do it. So I started writing code, Python at the time, and I actually automated my job. In fact, I even called my code "Do My Job," and that got me into software. And then, as a lone software, then I became a software person on a team. And then what I realised was I was better at problem solving. Solving problems the team I was in was experiencing than I was at writing code. So I slowly realised that actually I wasn't in the team because I could write good software. I was in the team because I helped the team do their job as a unit. And you know what? There's a job for that in Agile. It's called Scrum Master. And I accidentally became Scrum Master, and that was about 2010 when I accidentally realised I was a Scrum Master. Oops.
So you've been with JLR all the while?
No, I joined JLR in 2018.
Well done. You've always been in the automotive industry then?
No, mainly aeronautical. I was only with JLR the first automotive. After that, it was all aeronautical from about 2002.
So what would you say are the prospects for a Scrum Master, when we think of career paths and growth?
It depends on the company you're at, right? There's been a lot of negative headlines around, Capital One always gets brought up as the prime example. A lot of negative headlines around companies laying off or not seeing the value of Agile and Agile expertise. And this might make me really unpopular, but I sort of get it. It hasn't been the silver bullet that the entire Agile industry's been rolling out. The metrics aren't backing up that there's massive improvements here. And that's a key one, metrics for me. Back to maths. I love analysing and data. Right? If the numbers don't stack up, they're not lying. You can't say, well, they're wrong. You need to understand why the numbers are the numbers. So, what are the prospects for a Scrum Master? It's not good enough to simply say, I've been on a Scrum Master training course, I've read the Scrum Guide. You need to understand it, because it's very brilliantly written, but very open to practical implementation. And it's the practical implementation where you earn your money. Because there's a lot of flexibility in there. And you need to work out what's the intent of the Scrum Guide so you can apply it in the real world. It's not going to tell you what to do in the real world. You need to work it out. But there will be some boundaries that it tells that you must not cross. So prospects-wise, you need to learn that, you need to start, right? So you're going to need some kind of mentorship, right? Yes, of course, you'll start out by trying to implement it and understand it, and you need some support doing it. But you can't expect to be recognised as a good Scrum Master just by saying, I'm going to implement Scrum, and I'm not going to do anything but implement Scrum and not understand it. The Scrum guide says da 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 da. You need to say why. Why are they saying this? What's the benefit? What does it bring to you? I need to give you purpose behind my statement, and that's really quite important. The same desire I have for Scrum Masters is also the same for developers, by the way. A lot of people think the only way I'm going to get anywhere in this world is to become a developer and then move away by becoming some kind of architect, senior architect, and disappear up the tree. And you're as far removed from the actual developing of a product as you possibly can be. It's almost like most companies are set up, where you only get the money if you're as far away from the product as possible. And I actually have an aspiration to try and buck that trend. I want my best people where the product is. Now that's going to be very company dependent, but I want people who are brilliant being rewarded for being as close to the product as possible. So for me, I think there's two axes for me for a Scrum Master, right? Number one is you become world-class Scrum Master at the squad level. You make brilliant squads, brilliant teams, yeah? The other one is if you do choose to scale, then another axis is rewarding people for going up the scale as well, because as you go up the scale, guess what? You're speaking to more senior people with gravitas, with big money-making decisions, maybe some old-school mindsets, all that kind of stuff, right? You need gravitas, confidence, experience, great communication. So there's a double axis you need to reward, right? And I would want to reward both axes. Being world-class where the work happens, and helping, if you have an at-scale setup, helping the at-scale organisation work as well.
So what are the soft skills that have enhanced your growth as a Scrum Master and as an Agile coach?
Soft skills. That's a tough one for me. And I'll be honest here. I personally think my soft skills are poor because I'm so data-driven. I try and turn everything back into a number. I admit it. My brain will turn everything back into a 1 or a 0. It's good or it's bad, and it will. I can't stop it. But I guess the first thing about understanding a problem is knowing you've got a problem. And I've discovered that over the last few years, trying to build a team, it's not as simple as I'm going to go and measure this. Because do you know what? If you measure a certain thing, people will achieve it. I guarantee it. But what they'll do is they'll neglect all the other stuff. So then and you can't measure 100 things. So you need to give some kind of framework for people to understand their purpose, and that involves some soft skills, right? Understanding why they're struggling, helping them, getting to know them, right? Have they got the ability to do it? Have they got a short-term particular reason, a personal situation that you need to understand? And I've learned over the last few years some new skills in those areas, but I still think I'm very weak in soft skills. My personal critical assessment of myself.
Maybe you're too critical of yourself. So what's your strategy for surviving in the workplace, ever-changing world,
I've never thought of the verb surviving, actually.
Maybe thriving then?
Well, maybe. I've got a very clear vision in my head of what I want to achieve. And when I joined JLR, I was promised by the person who hired me, I'd worked with them previously, it was a green field, it was going to be amazing, we were going to achieve great. We didn't turn up in a green field, we turned up in a brown, cloud, muddy field. But fine, that is the reality. But I still have the same vision of what I want to achieve. My worry is, I think the vision might be actually ultimately unachievable, but how close can I get to it, I guess, is the next thing I want to do. And so when you ask what surviving or thriving, every day I'm like, how am I going to achieve what I want to achieve? And one of the key things was, there's only one of me, so to achieve that, I can't do that on my own. So I would then go on the network, scouring things for how do I get the right people around me for us to achieve that. Do they have the same vision? Are we aligned? If we're not aligned, maybe we're not a good mix of a team. or we need a further conversation, all that kind of stuff. What help do I need from them? What help do they need from me to keep us going in that direction?
You talked about metrics, and I know you're very good at them. What are the key metrics that the PO should know or have in his repertoire?
So I would say the role of the Scrum Master for the product owner is to coach them. Is to coach them in agile techniques for product management, right?
Yeah.
So let's speak specifically about Scrum, because a product owner is a Scrum Master role at that point, okay?
Yeah.
There's two key accountabilities for a product owner. Number one is effective management of the product backlog. And I did that without looking at the screen with the crib notes, right? I'm not cheating, right? So let's answer that right now. What kind of support, coaching, should a Scrum Master give to a product owner around effective product backlog management? So number one, you've got to record the backlog in the tool of choice that your company uses, right?
Yeah.
75% of the world use Jira. Let's talk Jira, okay? So if your product owner is new and has no idea how to use Jira, how on earth can we expect them to effectively manage the backlog unless we tell them how to use the tool? I'm not, and what I'm keen on is the Scrum Master is never the secretary or the admin. The product owner needs to be excellent at using Jira to manage their backlog. They need to understand how to create and how to prioritize. Okay? So, use of the tool to record the backlog. And this isn't in the right order, but this is logical steps. Number two, I just mentioned it, prioritization. What techniques can the product owner use to make sure the work's in the right order? And we can't list them all here, but there are many that you might need to go through. And the other one is, how do you know what you should be putting into your backlog? And this will tie into their second accountability. So here's the overlap, right? So effective backlog management means putting the right items on the backlog in the right order. Okay? To get the right items on there, you're going to need to do some analysis on your customers' problems. So the clue's in the name, you're an owner of a particular product. Who are your customers and what problems do they face? Where are the customers' inefficiencies? And what can you change in your product to make their life better? Let's call that value, right? Where can you add the most value? So, right items on the backlog, prioritized, using the tool properly. As a Scrum Master, you can definitely help with all of those things. Number one, how to use the tool. Number two, prioritization techniques. Number three, understanding your customer's world. For me, I'm a huge fan of the value stream method. What is your business process? How long does it take? What are the actors involved? What are the systems involved? As a product owner, you should have that to hand of how your customer uses your product and where are the inefficiencies in that product and how much does it cost to run that product. Have you got 8 systems? Can you consolidate it to 6? The customer doesn't see it, but the company benefits. They're all open to you, and that will give you that ability to prioritize. But before I move on to the second accountability about value, if you're only going to be able to do the second accountability, which is delivering value, by the way, if your team understand the backlog. So your developers in the team need to understand the backlog. So you need to have the backlog items refined to ready before you commence any commitment to deliver that work, which Scrum does through sprint planning. So as a Scrum Master, I'd expect you to help the product owner understand how far away they are from being ready to run sprint planning. So in Jira, you might create a dashboard that says distance from ready. Our velocity is X. Our ready stories are Y. If Y is less than X, we are not ready. We need more focused refinement time. Something simple like that to help the product owner. Yeah? The second accountability, and I've alluded to it, is maximizing the value of the effort you spend. So anything you ask your development team to do by prioritizing the backlog for them, you're going to be measured on how much value you've delivered back to the company. And I don't think I've seen a huge amount of greatness generally on this task. How often do we, after a product launch, measure the value we've returned? And I've alluded to how you might do it, the value stream map in my world, right? You do a value stream map, you say, this is our as is, I'm going to change A and B and C, right? And after I've changed them, I'm then going to go and measure the impact it actually has, because everything we do is a hypothesis. It's a guess, it's a best guess, it's an educated guess, but we have no idea if changing A, B and C actually speeds things up. Or we might actually slow it down because we didn't realise X, Y and Z was happening in the background. In which case we've then got more work to do to recover or make the product better again or something. But if you don't measure it, how do you actually know you've delivered value? And delivering stories and story points aren't value. That's a metric that Scrum Masters use to be able to predict the future. It's nothing about value add. Value add is asking your customer, has your life got better?
Amazing stuff. Thank you. As a Scrum Master, what are the metrics that are useful to effectively manage my team?
There's only one thing that matters. And I'm going to keep the focus, I'm going to keep the conversation on Scrum for now. Scrum is a framework for delivering complex products, and it asks you to make commitments. One of those commitments is the sprint goal out of sprint planning. Okay, so the sprint backlog is your plan, realistic, feasible plan that allows you to make a commitment to the sprint goal, which is the single sentence that says why this sprint is value add. It's the sprint goal that you are committed to, not the items in the backlog. They are negotiable. As you learn something new, it can change, but the goal is pretty much immutable, except in extreme circumstances when you can restart the whole process. But let's not talk about that today. But so you ask, what should a Scrum Master measure? Number one, did you deliver your commitment this sprint? Yes or no? And it's on the premise that the sprint goal is valuable. So if the product owner's done their job and identified the value add, and the team as a whole have estimated and sized and roughly guessed that it fits and created a feasible commitment plan, then if you deliver the goal, you can be pretty certain that you're now in a position that you have hypothesized the value delivery. You're now going to go and measure it, by the way. So number one, you need to measure, did you hit your commitment? The other one is, in Scrum Guide as well, it talks about it. And this is the developer. So you might hit your commitment, but you might hit it by cutting corners because the time gets a little bit tight. So there's something called the definition of done. And this is the commitment that developers make to the quality of the product. I won't cut these corners, right? Because I understand why it's important to have them, so I don't end up in a world of pain in a few sprints' time. I didn't automate my tests. I didn't write down the architecture diagram because I ran out of time. So when I came to do more work in the future, I didn't know if the product was broken or not, and I don't know how to change the architecture because no one wrote down what we did earlier. So another thing you need to measure is how much technical debt your developers are creating, because effectively that's a measure of a broken commitment against quality. So you're making a commitment against delivering something for the customer, and you're making a commitment against the quality, and you need to measure the two. If one is going above the other, you haven't got the balance right. And for me, that should be two of the key things. Is your tech debt going up or down? Are you delivering reasonably consistently on your sprint commitment, on your commitments to the sprint goals? You won't always hit them, but aim for 80%. 4 out of 5 sprints, do you get a green tick or a red cross on your sprint goal? That's simple.
So if you find out that that there's a discrepancy, like sometimes you have to change the sprint goal because maybe you were too ambitious, and some are like, well, we've delivered a part of this goal but not the whole thing. What do you do in such circumstances?
I'm very binary. You didn't deliver the goal. Internally, of course, we delivered some of it, right?
Yeah.
The moment you start marking any story as done, you're making progress towards delivering some of that goal. But the goal is the goal. It's a bit like saying, well, the ball hit the post. Did it cross the line? Well, no, half of it crossed the line. Okay, so what? So it's still not a goal, right? And I know that's unfair. It's not unfair. It might seem unfair in the very short term, but in the medium term and long term, it's massively beneficial because it's all about being predictable. Customers love nothing better than when you say you can commit to delivering something and you can, they love it. What they don't like is, oh, yes, customer, of course we'll do it. 6 months later, still haven't done it. Because I just said yes, but I knew we couldn't do it. But I delivered a bit of it.
How would you support your team in that case to deliver a minimum viable product very quickly? And how would you, first of all, describe the MVP to a layman, someone who doesn't know about MVPs?
It's a contentious term, actually, because I keep seeing terms like MVP1, MVP2, MVP3. What is minimum viable product?
Yeah.
Is what it's for, right?
Yes.
And basically, in plain English, it means what's the minimum functionality I need to have developed to give this to my customer. Okay? Now, MVP1 is your first release, right? Everything after that is a subsequent release. So, the reason the acronym is quite important is because it's trying to enforce one of the agile principles, which is maximizing the amount of work not done. So, in other words, don't put functionality in there that isn't absolutely needed and agreed by the customer to solve their particular problem. A lot of developers fall into the trap of, while I've got the code base open, I might as well add extra functionality because I'm here in the first place. Don't do it. You weren't asked to do it. The danger is you might actually break something, and it might not be needed by the customer. Somewhere else might be fixing that problem in a different way. And as a developer, you might not have that bigger picture. So just do the minimum to achieve the sprint goal to the quality bar, right? Now that's from the developer point of view, but from the product owner point of view, they need to have done the work beforehand. And this is where the product owners need to not just say yes to customers. They need to truly understand what the customer actually needs to do their job slightly better than today. Slightly better is good enough. Once we've got it launched, we can engage with you continuously to bring you rolling updates, right? But until we've got something in your hand, we're only guessing if it's going to be valuable. That's why it's so important to get something to your customer early, because then you get the feedback. That's the concept of the MVP. What I would say is the product owners need to be saying, what you're asking me to do is very expensive, right? And the people who estimate expenses, the developers, because they're the people who do it. So they need the technique of, hey developers, you've come back and said this is going to cost me X. I can't afford X in the time frame I want to deploy. Which parts of the ask is driving you to make it this expensive? Oh, you want the system to be responsive in less than 1 second. It's the performance part, yeah? Or it's the AI algorithmic generation of X, of some function, yeah? But you need to get from the developers the thing that's worrying them to put that price tag on it. Once you know that, you can effectively get a menu. This. These are the driving factors in the cost of the release, the MVP. You can go to the customer as a product owner and then negotiate. You can either wait for us to do all this, or we can defer the performance, right? We'll get you the results in 10 seconds, not 1 second. Is that okay as a first release for you, customer? We promise that we will prioritise at some point, based on your guidance, functionality or performance coming up next. Your choice. But we can get you something that gives you an answer in 10 seconds, not 1. Yes or no? So you enter a negotiation phase with the customer.
Have you worked in a waterfall environment before?
Probably. it's hard to answer because no one does pure waterfall, right? But we all do in a way, right?
Yeah.
Even we do with our annual budgets, right, and our annual commitments. Yeah. So we write down where we are now. We're going to commit to these high-level goals in return for you giving us X pounds. Is it waterfall? No. Is it fully agile? No, but it's closer. Have I worked in a waterfall environment? Probably not where it's strictly like sign-off requirements, etc. The only time I have was in a safety-critical program in my old company, and it was around air traffic control actually, where they did go through requirement sign-off before any development funding was released. But that was probably one of the lowest points of my career. It was incredibly dull.
Okay, thanks very much. I was going to also ask you about ceremonies, like the events that we have. So, like, what would you call ceremonies in simple terms?
I wouldn't call them ceremonies to start with.
Okay.
Let's just call them events or meetings. Yeah.
Okay.
They're not like, we're not some religious cult. We don't wear silly hats and have incense, right? So, in Scrum, again, staying on Scrum, we have certain meetings that happen during the framework, right?
Yeah.
During a time box, which Scrum calls a sprint, okay? There are 4 formal events that happen. In chronological order, you kick off the sprint with something called sprint planning. And in plain English, given a goal, what are the items from the backlog that the product owners prioritised and refined in advance? What are those items that we're going to put into the sprint backlog, which is a subset, right? Of these 100 items, we're going to take these 10. These 10 together should deliver that goal. We're then going to create a credible technical plan to deliver it and make a commitment to it, right? And there's guidance on Scrum Guide on how to do that, how long it takes, right? That's event number 1. Event number 2. This happens every single day for the rest of the sprint, and it's called the daily Scrum, sometimes called the daily stand-up. I think it's one of the most misunderstood meetings in the Scrum framework.
Why do you say that?
Because I think the Scrum Master and the product owner misuse it most of the time. Because it's not actually for either of those roles that I've just said. A really good test of a high-performing team that understands what the purpose of the daily Scrum is, if you were to observe it, you wouldn't have a clue who was the Scrum Master. The meeting is for the developers to have a time period, a very short time period, where they talk about, since we last spoke, I've learned some really valuable information that I need to share with you that is directly affecting our commitment to the sprint goal. And based on that, I need to talk to you, and you after this meeting. Right? And I'm being ambiguous, but they would be specific on what the topic was. The next one is, what I'm planning on doing today are addressing these things, tasks, subtasks, whatever you want to call them, plans, items, action points. I'm planning on doing this in the next 24 hours. To do that, Toddie, I need to talk to you because I know you've got knowledge on how to do it more efficiently. So to save me some time, I'm going to pick your brains for 30 minutes about 2 o'clock this afternoon to tell me how to do it most efficiently, okay? But what's going to happen is it's going to help us do this and do this and do this. And the whole conversation is around creating a plan amongst the developers, not for the developers, but amongst the developers, for how they can use the next 24 hours to take the biggest step towards delivering the sprint goal. The product owner is only there to observe, and if they get asked a question, hey product owner, because we don't write everything down in absolute minute detail before we commit to everything, we've got one query. Is it in or is it out? Scope clarifications at the point of query. It's out. Brilliant. Thank you. I won't bother doing it today then. Park it. Great. Makes my life easy. Scrum Master's there to listen for the team going, oh my God, we've all got stuck. The license server's down, and no one knows who to contact to restart it. And Is it us that restarts it? Is it someone else? You might pick that up as a Scrum Master and go, I'm going to take this, crack on with all the other work you can do. I'm going to find out the contacts for who owns the license server. I'm going to find out where the processes might be written down. I'm going to put together the right people to solve this. I'm not going to solve it because I have no idea how to restart the server, but I'm going to find the people that can. So you can carry on doing valuable tech work. I'm going to go and do the boring, menial people chasing. Okay? So for me, that's the daily Scrum, right? And it's not a status report, and it's not a point at Jira task boards, etc. It's not. It's a synchronization. What's the best use of our time before the next daily Scrum, to take the biggest step towards the sprint goal.
Thanks.
That's what the last two ends the sprint, right? Yeah. Sprint review. Now the sprint review is owned by the product owner. For me, there's some good patterns you can do. Out of sprint planning, you should have a committed goal that your team have given the thumbs up to say, yeah, we can do this, we think. And you should know who your customers are. So your product owner should immediately invite your customers to the sprint review 1 minute after the sprint has started. And this is going to be a bit mean, and maybe, by doing that, by sending the invite to the customers immediately, everyone in that squad is now a little bit like, we've gone public. So we can't wait till the last minute and say, shh, no one knew we didn't deliver. By going public, you're very much saying, this is the commitment we've made. And what it will drive is very focused decisions and conversations around all the work you do. Because who wants to sit there at the end of the sprint and go, yeah, we didn't achieve it. Did we work in the most efficient way? Well, no, but, what does it really matter? Of course it matters, because you've publicly made the commitment now, and no one likes to be publicly embarrassed. So there's a benefit there, right? Product owner owns the sprint review. They send an invite. At the sprint review, the product owner owns that meeting. They should kick it off by saying, welcome to everyone, set the context, what's the goal, what they're going to demo, what they're not going to demo, because some things might have fallen out of scope. Maybe you failed on your sprint goal, you've only got a bit of a product to show and not all of it. But outline what you're going to do. Then, show a working product. And I don't care who shows it, anyone in the team. The customer could drive the tool as far as I'm concerned, but what it is a working product with somebody driving it. And the purpose of that is to go, it's not how I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to behave better than it does. So therefore, I think we've got some improvements to make. Can we add these to the backlog? Sure. Where do you think they sit in the priority? Is it the new functionality? Or do you want me to focus on improving the stuff you've just seen? Product owner asks those questions, right? The inspect and adapt. You're inspecting the product and you're adapting your backlog based on the feedback. So is the priority new stuff or fixing what you've just seen? Customer, help me. To end the review off, you should outline what your proposed ambitions would be for the next time period as well. So the customer could sort of go, oh, I'm not quite sure that's the right thing. It's a last minute point where the customer can steer you. Yeah? You end the sprint with what's called the retrospective, and that's that's the Scrum Masters meeting. It's the one that I think gets abandoned the easiest, which is the biggest anti-pattern. The Scrum Master needs to look at what's happened over the last sprint and ask some really powerful questions around what's happened and how well you worked and how efficient you delivered your goal. Remember, I haven't touched about this, right? The Scrum Master's accountabilities, there's 2 of them in the Scrum Guide. Number 1 is you will implement Scrum as per the Scrum Guide. Right? We've spoken about how there's a bit of flexibility and you need to understand the Scrum Guide and what its intent is and how you actually apply it in the practical world. That's your first accountability. The second one is making sure that maximising the team's efficiency. That's your second accountability. Probably your most important one, actually. Right? Maximise the team's efficiency. And the only way you can do that is by measuring the team against their efficiency. And when can you agree with the team to make changes to the way they work at the retrospective? So you need to be able to measure your team qualitatively and quantitatively across the sprint, present it in the retro, drive a really powerful conversation, and let the team decide how they can make actionable improvements themselves. And that's PO, Scrum Master and devs owning actions, not just the Scrum Master, to improve the efficiency of the team. And then you need to measure at the next retro whether it's actually made an impact.
Thanks so much, Rob.
No worries.
Smash it now, Gem. Subscribe to the Gold. Be smashing. Subscribe to the Gem. And connect on social media. Follow us on Facebook. Join the conversation on Now Gem All Life Matters. Let's change our world one little heartbeat at a time, with every word and smile. Hey now, Gem. Do you know the city that holds the world record for the longest name of a place? Find out more.
Hey now, Gems, welcome to another episode. I have Pirin here with me. Pirin, do you want to pronounce your surname? Because I don't know how to.
I think it's fine. I'm Purin Wangkiratikan. It's a very long surname. I'm from Thailand, so that's very common over there.
I think you have about 13 letters in your name, or more than that.
No, it's or perhaps like I can add more if you want.
That's about half the alphabet. What are you going to do then? Okay, Pirin. So would you like to tell us some fun facts about Thailand?
Yeah, I actually have two. So maybe a lot of people already know Thailand was previously called Siam, and of course we are famous for Siamese twins and Siamese cats. So, and the other thing is that I think everybody knows the capital of Thailand is Bangkok, but Thais don't really call the city Bangkok. We call it Krungthep, and that's short for the full name, which is like 65 syllables. Don't let me start on that.
I'm very interested. You've piqued my interest. Could you say it so that we'll have it on the record?
Sure. Krungthep มหานครอมรรัตนโกสินทร์มหินทรายุทธยามหาดิลกภพนพรัตน์ราชธานีบุรีโรจน์อุดมราชนิเวศมหาสถานอมรพิมานอวตารสถิตสักทัตยวิษณุกรรมประสิทธิ์
Is that the name of one thing?
Well, it's like the longest place name on earth. I don't imagine. I don't have any question on that. Yeah.
Seriously. You've been in the UK for how long now?
This time I just moved here in July, so it's been 7 or 8 months.
Okay.
Before this, I used to do a master's in London, but that was 10 years ago, but for a year. They moved back, then I just got back here. Yeah.
Okay.
Like 9 years apart.
So you spent about 2 years altogether in the UK then?
2 years altogether, yeah, okay. Around that, yes.
So do you miss Thailand?
Yes, so far. I mean, I miss the food, but there are also aspects that I don't really miss because I'm very sweaty, I can tell. Thailand is always hot, and here, although it's a little bit cold, but yeah, at least I can wear like jumper.
That's true. I come from a very warm country as well. You miss it sometimes.
Yes.
But then you kind of like this because you can wrap up. Yeah.
True.
Have you got any holidays planned or?
Yes, indeed. So in 3 weeks, I think. So in mid-March, I'm going to Belgium. I was about to say a year right now. for a week.
Then you probably must have found another job.
Maybe. Or get stuck there. I don't know. But yeah, just my birthday is coming up, so I plan to spend around my birthday celebrating over there. Also, I don't really know anybody in Belgium. Yeah, some time off.
So which languages do you speak?
I'm not sure if I speak English. Funny enough, I think I got very bad at communicating during COVID, like lockdown. But I normally speak Thai, my mother tongue, English, and Italian.
Really?
Yes, I speak Italian.
Yeah. So how do you say hello in Italian?
I think normally people just say ciao.
Okay.
But ciao is usually bye in other like European languages.
Exactly.
But in Italian it's both hi and bye.
Okay.
So people normally say ciao as hi and ciao ciao as bye.
How do you say hello in Thai?
We say sawaddi. Sawaddi is from Sanskrit. Swasti is like wellness or something.
Okay.
Sawaddi.
Do you have like a Thai community in the UK?
When I was a student, yes, there was a group of Thai students. But as students, they mostly stay in, I think, London and around. So not much around here.
Okay.
Within our workplace itself, I think I found 4 or 5. So there's no formal group, but we do keep in touch on platform like Teams.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
So have you met for coffee or anything like that?
No, but we are planning to get some food. We are in 40 people.
So as you visited, that you would recommend since coming to the UK or anywhere else, like you visited India before, right?
Yes.
So where in India could you recommend for people to visit?
That's quite a hard question. India is huge. I spent 4 years there, but I couldn't finish the entire country. But I myself like archaeology, so I went to a lot of like ancient sites. I would say among them, the most impressive to me, at least, would be Ellora, which is near Mumbai. That's the best I can go to. So Ellora is like a bunch of temples built, like carved into, what do you call it, like cliff, maybe like stone cliffs.
Okay.
It's like a cluster of 20 plus temples, all built in stone.
Okay.
Pretty much like Petra in Jordan, but like more.
Okay.
Yeah. And then of course the famous Taj Mahal. It's beautiful there. Yes.
Thanks, Gary. I know you like going everywhere in the UK. You like visiting places to eat in Coventry.
Right.
Do you have any recommendations? Anyone you like?
Food in Coventry. There's one nice Indian place called My Dabba, if I pronounce that correctly, and quite a small, more or less like a family-run burger place called Seven Bones. Maybe should I check it out now? Yes, Seven Bone. It's near the cathedral, between the cathedral and the high street.
Okay.
Yeah.
So have you visited other places in the UK?
Quite a number, indeed. Especially when I was a student, I was more energetic. And it was easier to go elsewhere from London. In Coventry, not much. So I just go to nearby places like Birmingham.
Okay.
But I did go to Winchester 2 or 3 weeks ago. It's a nice cathedral there.
Oh, that's nice. So I'll be taking your recommendation.
Sure. Follow Purin.
Hey Purin! Happy to have you back again.
It's been very long.
Indeed. So yes, let's talk about careers now.
Right.
Yeah.
Serious part.
Yeah. So you're a data scientist.
I work in data science, yes.
Okay.
Entitled The Sexiest Job of the Century.
So why did they name it the sexiest job?
I don't really know. Perhaps like it's a very like fast-growing field, and a lot of people try to get into the field, and there's so much opportunity within the field itself because of the data era, we call it.
So what do you need to know to get into data science?
I think it can be from, I would say you don't need to be like graduated in a certain field. I mean, as long as you have analytical skills, and that's mostly it. Maths and stuff can help, computer skills can help, but mostly I would say you need to be analytical.
So did you have to do further maths or advanced mathematics in your CSEs?
Well, I just joined my current job a few months ago, so far it hasn't been that vigorous, I would say. But in the past, yes. So I used to deal with biomedical data, and the database is quite large. And by having large data, the computation got more complicated.
So you must have been very good in maths.
I hope so.
Is it a career that someone who's not strong in maths can get into?
Yeah, actually, as I mentioned earlier, like you just need to be analytical. Maths is a tool, but you know, like we did a lot of arithmetic back in school, but then when you grow up, you have all the calculator in your phone, so you don't really need to do things for yourself. The same here, so as long as you know what to do with the data, what it interprets into real life, I think tools can help you. Yes, so we have like, if you struggle with maths, then everything can compute for you. If you struggle with coding, I think there's a rise in low code or no code programming. Yeah, so most of the time you just drag and drop. But by dragging and dropping tools as a pipeline, you should know like what step should come first and then what to expect from each step.
So what could a data scientist contribute to a company like JLR?
Well, actually, we have a lot of fields. As I said, like we are entering the data era. So I myself work on we say quality metrics. So when you develop something like a model on the computer, then it has to go through some testing before you can actually realize it into the real vehicles. And the tests would output data. So all the metrics in there would correspond to different levels of maturity in real life. So I analyze that, but other data scientists also work on other things, perhaps like autonomous driving, or like even in security, like how to prevent theft by recognizing its own owner, not just rely on certain device that is prone to being stolen.
That's a very good contribution because it's very relevant to Jaguar Land Rover cars, especially. So you are the ones that are going to crack the code.
Not myself, but yeah, but yeah, somewhere in here.
Okay, let's hope so.
Right.
You're saying that your skills are transferable, basically, and you can work in banks.
Yes.
Any industry per se.
So in the past, as I said, I used to work in biomedical science. And then I also shifted to computer security, like cyber security, analyzing like anomaly in the data. Let's say like you have suspicious behavior of someone visiting a website, but the concept behind these things are pretty much the same. I mean, look through the activity logs and spot out the mischievous guys, pretty much the same as look through the DNA and find some pathogenic gene in you, like something that's wrong and might cause trouble to your health.
Okay.
So if you understand the concept behind this, it's just the context that change.
I know that you are very good with, am I right, coding?
I hope so.
Well,
I mean, I can code, but I'm not a software developer myself, so
okay.
yeah, somewhere there.
Yeah, but you're very good
Yeah.
creating all sorts of funny images. So has that been very useful for you in your on your job?
Yes. Generative AI, if you call that, or Gen AI in short. So this is to give you background. So I normally go to some image creator and type in something, and then it gives me the image I can use. So normally I use that for perhaps like artworks, because I'm very bad at arts. I want to create something perhaps for communication, reaching out to people, or we want to impress them. So most of the time I use that artwork that are generated by AI in my work.
Okay.
But also there are more opportunities out there. Let's say like I want to document some aspects of my work, but I don't really know how to explain it. So